down, riding down Main. It's a clear night, screens glowing blue. Got the facts in my headlights. Commonwealth tripping, but the truth stay calm. Morrissey and Lally, I'ma read them like Psalms. KP throwing shade from a broke down porch, but the files in my lap like a flame to a torch. I don't raise my voice, I just let the game speak. Steady with the grind while the crooked run weak. We just riding slow, gliding, paper stacking in the breeze. Turn the system up, let the whole town see. No mask on my face, no fear in my lane. I'ma shine that light on the ones bringing shame. From the courtrooms down to the city blocks. They can't hide from the truth, cause the truth don't stop. We just ride a slow grind. Midnight oil burning, pen hit the pad slow. Every word cut clean like the rims on the 6-4. From Boston to Brockton, the whispers all hum. Turtleboys riding in the reckoning gon' come. Lally in the back room, Morrissey on the phone. Trying to twist the narrative, but they can't postpone. I'm just sipping on the facts while the city play pretend. True, got no curfew, I'ma run it to the end. See, this ain't about fame, this about that long game. You can duck, you can weave, but the truth still call your name. We just riding slow, gliding, paper stacking in the breeze. Turn the system up, let the whole town see. No mask on my face, no fear in my lane. I'ma shine that light on the ones bringing shame. From the courtrooms down to the city blocks. They can't hide from the truth, cause the truth don't stop. We just riding slow, gliding. We just riding slow, gliding, paper stacking in the breeze. Turn the system up, let the whole town see. No mask on my face, no fear in my lane. I'ma shine that light on the ones bringing shame. From the courtrooms down to the city blocks. They can't hide from the truth, cause the truth don't stop. We just riding slow, guys. We just call old down to the city blocks. We just riding slow, guys.
Welcome to the Weekend Live Show.
508 is where I'm from.
We run down the biggest stories of the week with you every Saturday night. Let us know in the comments right now where you reppin'.
Apache Junction, Taunton, Worcester, Long Island, Manchog, South Florida, Webster, Malden, Framingham, Tucson, Billerica, Salem, Gloucester, Moosop, Connecticut, Charleston, South Carolina, Roslindale, Moosop, Connecticut, London, Hanson, Glendale, Arizona, Lynn, Mapleville, Quincy.
Food stamps, leave your clothes, buddy, and
hey, you a funny ass guy, man.
Have you ever heard of Turtleboy? Yeah? Are you a fan?
508 is where I'm from.
Hey, what's up?
508 is where I'm from.
How was that?
You a freaking idiot. Stop telling people that I'm mentally deranged and stupid.
Call me Aidan. I'm not a doctor, but...
Get out of my store, please.
You're a fucking loser.
You are a loser.
You're not a journalist. You're nobody.
You're not turtle hair. Don't make such fun of the criminal justice system.
NFL on the house, blog that.
Let's get this party started.
Yo, what's up, people? How's everybody doing out there tonight? Good? Good? Excellent. Welcome to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aidan Kearney. I'm the host of this here program. You can call me a variety of nicknames if you'd like, up to and including, but not limited to, Timothy Kearney. That's my true crime name. You can call me Journalism Jesus if you like. That's my spiritual name. You can call me, Uncle Turtleboy. Old school Turtle Riders call me that. You can call me just regular Turtleboy, Turts, Teebs, Turtle Dove. If I'm being honest, I prefer Dr. Turtleboy because if Judd Welch is a doctor, then so am I. It's my preferred pronoun. Also acceptable. Tuberculosis, I guess. I kind of like that one. But you can also call me Daddy. I know for some people that might be weird. All right. But for others, that might be fun, flirtatious, playful, even sexy. You can call me different kinds of daddy. You can call me theater daddy. You can call me crowd daddy if you'd like. So Alan Jackson calls me. You could call me, Media Daddy, Saint Daddy, Daytime Daddy, Brow Daddy, Drama Daddy, formerly Drama Free Daddy, and of course, Fridge Daddy, because, you know, I will fix your fridge, most likely, but it'll probably be broken again. And then I'll have to fix it again and again and again and again. Okay. But it's okay because I'm not like a real repairman. So if you hire me, that's your own fault. Anyway, I don't care what you call me. Just be here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. sharp. And make sure you smash that subscribe button for me. Because, you know, this is a fun show and we need to get our subs up. We're back. We're real close to 164,000 again. We're real close. Let's see what we're up to now. Let's see. We're up to 163,958. 160,958. And there is, so, you know, that's only, come on, 42 of you. We got 3,100 people watching right now. 42 of you. Come on. You know, it's you. You know, I'm talking to you, right? You, the one that hasn't subbed you. I'm talking to you. Hit the subscribe button. What's your problem? It costs nothing. Literally nothing. Just do it. Fucking do it. It's just right there. It just, you know, you want to do it. Just fucking do it. Hit it. Subscribe right now. Refresh. 959. One of you listened, but I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to you. So do it. Smash that subscribe button. I want to be at 164,000 by the end of the night. Let's do it. Can we do that? Can we do that? We'll see. Oh, Laura's in the backstage. That means I'm probably having you know, whatever. I'm probably she's gonna tell me I have whatchamacallit, static. Usually that's what she's there to tell me. But do I have static? I don't know. I think it's the cord. I don't think it's the phone. I think it's the cord. I don't fucking know. But static, is it bad? Is it bad? I don't know. Tell me if it's bad. I got to listen to it. Hold on. It doesn't sound bad. It doesn't sound. Oh, the little static there. All right. All right, cool. We're good? All right, we're good. All right, so yeah, do that for me. Let's see. What are we up to now? Maybe we're a little closer. Refresh. It's 974. We're down. We're 26 away. We're 26 away from 164,000 again. Can we do it? Can we cross the threshold again? Let me refresh. Let's see. Do it. 76. We're 24 away. Come on. Come on. Let's do it. Can we get there? Can we start the show? We're up to, we got 3,600 people watching. I guarantee you 24 of you haven't hit the subscribe button. Just do it. Come on. Let's see. Do it. Nope, nothing. I refreshed that one. Come on. Somebody do it. Somebody do it. Refresh. 3 more. We're up to 979. 979. Look at that. Oh, no, you can't look at that. It's too bright. But it says 979. All right. So we're 21 away from 164,000. It literally costs nothing. What kind of asshole doesn't hit the subscribe button? You tell me. Let's do it. 988. 988. 12 to go. We're up to 163,988. Why would you not hit the subscribe button if it's free? You don't have to pay me anything. You can't blame it on not having like a credit card and not, I don't know how to do Apple Pay. I'm going to refresh right now. Hopefully it's there. 994. We are 6 away. 6 away from 164,000, folks. Can we do it? Can we do it? I don't know. I'm going to refresh. 996, 4 away. 4 away. We have 3,800 people watching on YouTube. I bet you 4 of you haven't hit the subscribe button. 4. Come on, do it. Do it. Okay. I'm going to spin the wheel. Here we go. Refresh. We did it. 164,003. We went 7 over. Dope. Awesome. We're there. We crossed the threshold. This is my 3rd time that have reached 164,000. I crossed it sometime in like August, and then it went up to 165, and then it went down because of recording gate. And then it went back up because of Lauren Matthias to 165,000. Then it went back down to 163, and it went back. Something happened this week. I forget what. Anyway, we're up. Was it the fundraiser? That was a couple weeks ago. I don't even remember. But all right. Yeah, so we're good. We are good. All right. Yeah. So what was I going to say too? Something else. Oh yeah, because I saw this today. Somebody sent this to me. There's like a concerted effort to like take down this YouTube channel because it's like my livelihood. And there's like a hit list out there. So I feel honored to be on this list because this is like a really cool list of people. All right. So somebody said here, we'll play this game. Everyone go give a report to the following. Okay. So this is who the bad guys want us to report to. Oh, it's the Tim Cascade. That was what get the subs up. Turtleboy Live. They're trying to mass report us to try to get our YouTube channel taken away. This is what their goal is. But I'm a witness in a case. They're trying to cause me economic harm because this is like, a good. I didn't know how much money you can make on YouTube when you get the kind of views I get. I had no idea. Like I've been kicking myself for not doing it earlier, but like, they're trying to take that away from me. And so, but I'm a witness. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. So Turtleboy Live, The Glairer, Ray from Dallas, Jessica Machado, Broken Baker, Rat House Media, Sparkly Rabbit. Ooh, congratulations. You made the list. Common Sense Investigator. Should I know what that is? What is a Common Sense Investigator? Okay. Something's Off podcast made the list. That would be Rebecca and Mel. Oceans Moons Live. What's that? What is this list? Oceans Moons Live. Okay. Is that Lauren with an O? Is that her? That's what it's called? Common Sense Investigator. Okay. Gotcha. That's Lauren. Okay. I've gone on panel with her before. She's nice. And Melanie Little has made a list. And We Got Questions. That's Erica Walsh's channel. So that's the hit list right there. They're putting out a hit list. Congratulations if you made the hit list. Probably means you're doing something right. Your Law Girls Not Attorneys, sorry, you didn't make the list. You didn't make the hit list. Jimmy didn't make the hit list. Auntie Deb didn't make the hit list. Nurse Kim didn't make the hit list. I'm offended on their behalf. Wow. So there's like an official hit list going out there circulating that they're playing a game and getting everyone to go and report. Because people's like livelihoods and stuff is just like a game for people. But anyway, I would urge you not to report us. Okay. So we need your support more than anything because there's concerted efforts to cancel us. They don't want us talking. They don't want us blah, blah, blahing about that. But, they gave you a break because it's your month, Jimmy. Congratulations. Jimmy, I assume you hate Pride Month, though. I assume you hate Pride Month. You seem like one of those gays that like hates Pride Month. I don't want to speak for you. I don't want to speak over your valid truth journey, but I'm just guessing. I don't know what Nurse Kim did wrong to not make that list, but I don't know. Weird. By the way, if you guys want your messages read out loud to the class tonight, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat, or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy, and we can do it that way. I'm seeing a lot of fun people in the chat today. To silence us is to support the McAlberts. That's a great point. Because who out here is calling out the McAlberts and the Commonwealth and the state police more than yours truly? Like, who else is doing that? And by the way, who is the most articulate defender? Like, you just put some of the most articulate defenders of Karen Reed on that list. Particularly, no offense to everyone else, me and Melanie a little. Okay? Imagine, like, me and her are gone. Like, they want to, like, mass report us. Like, where are you guys going to get the coverage from? Like, what are you guys going to do? Let's see. Jimmy says, hey, I knew it. You guys, I knew it. I knew he was, I knew it. I knew he hated Pride Month. Like, I don't think we've ever had that conversation, but he seems like a anti-Pride gay guy. You know what I mean? Just ashamed of Pride Month kind of thing. But we have to like it. We all have to celebrate it. So, you know, just understand that, folks. Understand that. So yeah, that's like the hit list. Like apparently there's a teacher out. There's a list out. So I apologize. A hit list out to get us to mass report us. But man, it's a fun chat there. And I'm seeing a lot of big names in the chat. Love to see it. A lot to talk about going on. If you guys want your messages read out loud to the class tonight, the link to the turtle chat is at the bottom of the chat, or you can cash at me at $, Uncle Turtleboy. When you do that, you can say whatever you want, pay whatever you want, and I will read your message out loud to the class. Also, shout out to the 4 people watching on Rumble right now. We love you guys. And we haven't forgotten about you. You're in our thoughts. And how many people we got on YouTube right now? About 4,700. Nice to see. Twitter, a little over 1,000. Awesome. Saw Kirk Minihane's having a show in Laconia tonight. You know, it's like there's a lot of there's some crossover between the Miniverse and the Turtleverse, I guess. It's like the inverse, though. Like I saw the line. I retweeted it. He's doing a show in Laconia, New Hampshire. And, you know, he's where I got the Wilbur idea from, was Kirk Minihane, because he did it. And let me see what we have there. Yeah, it's like all over my feed. Yeah, it's like this is anybody know how much it costs to go to the Kirk Minihane show in Laconia? I don't even know. But we'll see. Anyway, let's see. What the fuck's this? Yeah, this was the line outside. Where'd it go? I retweeted it. No, I commented on it. That's what I did. This was it.
Hi, Chester.
This is like the it's like the line to get into the Wilbur for Turtleboy, except inverted. In that inverted, it's just all dick. It's all sausage, right? This is just like a sausage fest. It's like a Turtleboy sausage. It'd be Turtleboy if my audience was 80% men instead of 80% women. Not that there's anything wrong with 80% men. I'm just saying. Nurse Kim is there too, so she's part of the 20%. I don't even know.
Where's your baby?
Laura's in the backstage. It means I'm in trouble. All right. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I definitely want to do a show again. We're working on it. I'll fill you in on the details later. It's got, ironically, I'll tell you about it later. But it's going to blow your mind, this shit. It's a crazy story, but we'll talk about that another time. Either way, you're not going to silence us. We're going to go on there somehow. We're going to do a show. It's going to be dope. They're going to try to cancel it wherever we go. It costs it does not. That's what tickets cost to get into his show. $194. Get out of here. Get out of here. Wildest pride parade ever. Well, that's interesting. No, it's great. It's great. Every time Laura goes backstage, I think I'm in trouble. I see her backstage right now, but I don't know what she's doing there. But anyway, yeah, you're not going to silence me. I didn't see Kim in line there. Wait, did I lose you guys? Am I crapping out? Did I crap out? Can you cover the interview with Mackenzie Sheilas? I don't know what that means. We need you now more than ever. The Laconia is in New Hampshire. So there's that. Okay, cool. Anyway, what else was I going to say? So real quick, I don't want to delve on this too much. But I talked about this, I think, on Turtle Club. Hold on. Okay, yeah. I froze for a second. Sorry. Talked about this real quick on Turtle Club, and I think I don't think I talked about a members only because I did the review of the Proctor stuff on that. We're gonna be talking about it again today, but like real quick, just real quick. I don't want to delve on this at all. It's because everyone's talking about it in my chat and everything like that. The Jess Machado thing with the Baker, that whole feud. You know, and I see a lot of people saying Team Baker. I'm not saying that because I just feel like it's divisive to be like, well, I'm on this side and fuck her. Like I'm not. I refuse. I do feel like he's completely in the right, to be very clear. But I just feel like that's Jess Machado has done a lot for me. Okay, and she's been there for me. She's been a friend, but also like let's not forget all the good that she's done. Okay, she's done like a lot of good shit, right? She is the only person when I was in jail who got my story out and told the truth. The only one. All right. Obviously, on a personal level, she gave up her seat for me to be in court on the last day, but that's me. That just affects me, and I get that doesn't affect you. But she has gotten to the bottom. Like she has reported on a lot of shit that no one else has reported on. Okay, so we can't forget the good things people have done, right? Just because we don't agree with what they're doing now. Okay. And I'll never forget all the good things that she's done. However, when it comes to this situation, I think it's impossible not to notice that she's bleeding subs, like Crawford style down. Like the numbers, it's just bleeding. And I went to her stream. I watched her stream so Baker did a Valid Truth Journey Thursday night, and it was intense. It was like an intense Valid Truth Journey. And in response on Friday, Jessica did a rebuttal to the Valid Truth Journey, and it didn't go over very well in the comment section. Like you just go to somebody, if you go to your own comment section and they're all against you, that's not, because that's your own comment section. That's not an enemy's comment section. That's your own. You know what I mean? So I went to her own comment section and it was like revolt, it was all negative comments. Okay. And if you didn't, I apologize if you're not into the drama shit. I get it, but I just want to briefly discuss this because Jessica Machado means a lot to me. So I want to discuss this. Okay. So real quick history. There's a woman by the name of Jessica Walsh. They call her J7, right? And she's she's prevalent in the chat. She's a supporter. You might have noticed she's gotten me subscriptions. Many of you might have memberships because of her, because she buys a lot of memberships and stuff like that. And, I thought she was a pretty big diehard supporter, okay, of me, of Jess, of all that good stuff, right? And I noticed that in like February or March or something like that, she just started, like, I follow her on Twitter, and she's just ripping Broken Baker, ripping him. Like, oh, he's the biggest scumbag, and you guys don't even know, and he's doing this, and yeah. And I'm like, I understood then that there was something going on between them that I don't want to know about, and it didn't end well, and I just don't care. I don't care at all. It's none of my business. And I don't want to know, because as you know, there's two sides to every story. I just don't care. And so, I saw that happening, and I didn't know who the problem was, and I just don't care. Don't care at all. And then, but she kind of makes you care, because she's just, every chat I went on, she was in the chat just spamming it with stuff. And she's getting on shows and trashing on Baker. And the Rat House media guys had to cut her off. They're like, you can't use this platform anymore to trash her. Jessica Machado had her on once and trashed her, and she trashed Baker, and then just cut her off, and then she wasn't on there anymore. But she's like still in the chat, crapping on all. You know what I mean? It's just like, and it's just impossible to miss. It's very hard to miss. Like, she wants you to see it. Okay. She wants you to see it. And I don't know Jessica Walsh, J7. I don't really know her. Like, she seems like a nice person. She bought me pizza in January when we all went out to pizza in the North End after court. She's been at my last couple of court appearances. I have nothing against her, but I've seen the crash out online. Okay. I have seen the crash out online. I'm not blind. And I think we all have too. Or not we all have, but like, you know, I think if Machado hadn't seen it, then she's just not, I don't know how that's possible not to see it. Cause it's like if you're living in this world, it's hard not to see it. Okay. And she took the position, Machado did, that like initially she wasn't, I don't know the whole story. Okay. But she has been, like, people have unearthed clips where she's kind of taking shots at the Baker and stuff like that. There seems to be a little animosity there. Okay. And when I talked to Jess the other day about this, after I briefly spoke about it on Turtle Club, I said, everybody likes Broken Baker. You know what I mean? Everybody likes him. Like, he's a nice guy. I don't know him that well. Like, obviously never met him. He's from Denmark. He's nothing but supportive of me, and he's funny. He's very funny. He's got witty, dry humor. I appreciate him. He's always got the right takes on things. So I like the guy. But I also like Jess, you know what I mean? But I like this guy a lot. So he's done nothing, absolutely nothing to like warrant any sort of like trashing, in my opinion, or anything like that. Like the others, like BLT, like, yeah, sure, Cryford, they're shitty. We all get that. Like, but anyway, and I told her, I'm like, well, you don't want to declare war on this guy. He's like a nice guy, you know? And she said that kind of the root of, she's like that this J7 person came to her and said, Baker was trashing you. He doesn't like you. He doesn't want me watching your show. Right. And showed them screenshots after. So basically, I'm getting ahead of myself. Apparently he had some sort of online sexting relationship with her. I don't care. It went on, according to him, on his valid truth journey for about 2 weeks. And she became obsessive and just started calling him 14 to 16 hours a day. He said he had to block her on shit. Eventually, she found his address in Denmark and sent sex toys to him. He took a picture of those sex toys and sent them to her and was like, as in like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, why, what? And she has then shared that screenshot of him sending her those picture of the toys that she sent to him and put it out there. And the bad guys all retweeted it. Kate Peter retweeted it, stuff like that. So it's humiliating. You know, it's just like not, it's just a violation. I wouldn't say humiliating, more as like a violation of, like, you don't do that. And you don't do that to anybody that hasn't extremely wronged you. And there is zero evidence whatsoever that he's done anything to extremely wrong her. All he did was not want to be in a relationship with her anymore, or like have that sort of relationship anymore, because she was clingy and she was calling too much. And he just was like, no. So he blocked her, and he never trashed her ever. And so J7 shares a screenshot with Machado of the Broken Baker saying, I don't like Machado's show. I think it's too gossipy, he said. I think he used the word racist, which I disagree with if he said that, but that's his opinion. I completely disagree with that. I don't think she's racist at all. But I think that is it gossipy? I think she would own that's gossipy. It's kind of her brand, right? And he's just not into that. And one of the things he says, he didn't like the fact that she talked about me and her private conversations there. He didn't like that. That's his opinion. Okay. We all don't have to like each other's content, right? We don't. And I'd be lying if I said that I watch every single YouTube creator's content. I don't. There's not enough hours in a day. Okay. There's parts of every single creator's content that I would do differently. And I'm not going to say what it is. And that even my homie Will, like, I love Will. But when I watch his show, there's some things, and I've told him this, that like I would just do differently. but that's okay because it's his show. It's on mine. I gave slight criticism of Auntie Deb's thing the other day, like a month or so ago, when I was like, what I say? Dead air. And then people, whenever I have dead air now here, people are like, oh, dead air. So it's like a thing now. But but I like this show. But I'm like, you need like an Abby there, to make sure you have no dead air, But like anyway, so and like with Will, I said what I said with Will was I love listening to his takes on things because he's like the most insightful dude, and he always gets it. And he'll be on a roll sometimes, and then he'll stop and be like, I think we got a super chat. Oh, $4.99. This person says blah, blah, blah. And I get so mad because I'm like, bro, Will was on a roll and some fucking asshole is like, oh, I'm going to interrupt this show that everyone else is enjoying and listen to me for $5. That pisses me off when people do that. That pisses me off because it's like, you're taking, when the content creator stops everything to read a super chat, right? And you send in a super chat when he's doing something good or saying something good, and you send in a super chat, that is you interrupting the conversation, motherfucker, for $4.99. And no one's here for you, and you're $4.99. Get the fuck out of here. I will pay you $4.99 to go away forever. I fucking hate that shit. I hate when people interrupt Will's show with super chats. Fucking drives me nuts. All right. So there, we all have a little slight criticism of each other's content. Okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So anyway, those were his thoughts on Machado, and she sees that and she is pissed about it. And it's clearly, to me, that is the root of her anger because nothing else makes sense. What this J7 person was doing, going in the chat, dominating it, being clingy, not shutting the fuck up about a breakup, and not even a real relationship. If she was doing that to anyone else but Broken Baker, Machado would have shut that shit down. Machado would have said, because with me, she literally, that shit's happened with me before, and she would have got it. She'd be like, because that's what she's good at, is diagnosing assholes like that and seeing what the problem is. But in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, one of the things that I believe Jess needs to work on is constructive criticism and not taking it personally. I think that is her fatal flaw right now, right? And I think that in this line of work, if you were going to be successful, you have to be able to take constructive criticism and just roll with it. You know what I mean? And not hold a grudge and not feel the need to trash him. Like the Purple Kool-Aid guy. Apparently his beef with her was he didn't like the fact that somebody named Pat Ford, who's a Minifan, I think, was a mod because he said that I should be in jail. But also the guy's kind of like a troll. I don't think he really fucking means it. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. He follows me. I follow him. I don't really know much about him. It's like a thing. I think it's like a thing. And so he's like, that guy shouldn't be a mod because, he's anti-Turtleboy, right? And Jess was like, go fuck yourself to him, kind of, go fuck yourself. And it's like, well, it was just it's just a little slight constructive criticism. You know what I mean? You got to be able to take constructive criticism. So long story short here, I think there is a way out of this for Jess because she's going, the subs are going down. It's hard to miss, right? And she's blocking people, right? And these are Crawford tendencies. You don't want to go down the Crawford road. You don't want to go there, okay? And I think the way out of this for her, and this is where it comes. So one more thing. So she went on, Baker did his Valid Truth journey by going on, because she went on the day before and she said that J7 is, everybody know the exact word she used, a great person Or she's like, I'm always right. I can just tell she's good people. And she's like, I encouraged her to share those screenshots. I encouraged her. I said, put up, or, she claims that she read all the screenshots and they had some sort of relationship and she should put it out there. And it's like, no. If it was anyone else but Baker, I don't think she would say that, And so I just feel like, and this is coming from a place of love. Am I fucking frozen again? Am I really frozen? Every time I look at this, I'm frozen. See, the mocking and the accent, I don't mind. To me, impressions are fair game. Impressions are fair game for everyone. I do impressions myself. That doesn't bother me in the least bit. I think, and he's got to be able to deal with that too. If somebody does an impression you, he can deal with it. He can fire back, whatever. Am I really fucking frozen? I'm looking at my screen right now. All I see is frozenness. I might have to reset, guys. Hold on. Should I just reset this? I am going to reset this real quick because I'm going to reset this 2 minutes. Wait, actually, no. I don't need to read it. It's not making me force quit this. Force quit. Okay. Oh, God, I had a stroke. I'm not frozen? Okay. Or am I frozen? If it happens one more time, I'm just going to Control-Alt-Delete this motherfucker, and then I'll just reset. And I'll be right back. But anyway, so the Baker is, he goes on there, and he's really mad because she goes on the night before, and she kind of makes it seem like, it's like, dude, just own it. She's like saying that, like, okay, I know you stuck your dick in that fleshlight. I know you did. I'm like, and as it turns out, the whole situation, it's not funny for him because this person is like stalking him almost online and harassing him, and he wants nothing to do with it and whatever. And so that's to say, and then, so if I found that out afterwards, if I found out that I was laughing at a guy who has been, and I didn't know any of this shit was happening. I didn't know he was being harassed. I didn't know she was sending him sex toys against his will. I didn't know that he had to block her. I didn't know that he was not trashing her because she appears to be mentally ill. Like, I didn't know any of this stuff. If I found that all out, I would just say sorry. That's just me. I'd be like, oh, shit. I take that back. That's it. I would just say sorry because it's abusive. What he described the other day is mentally abusive. Okay. And it's like, he is a dude. But just because he's a dude doesn't mean it can be like that. He just wanted to be left alone. People have a right to be left alone. People have a right to want to move on. People have a right not to want to continue an online sexting relationship that lasted all of 2 weeks. People don't need that. And I think if she had gone on the next day after Baker's Valid Truth Journey and just said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was dealing with all that, then everything would be fine. That's it. That's it. That's my thoughts. It's just like, because people like humbleness. People like when you admit that you're wrong. People like to know that you are capable of self-introspection and just being able to be like, you know what? I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that. I said something when I didn't have knowledge of it. I was only hearing one side of the story from a woman who, as it turns out, is not well, who, as it turns out, is not of sound mind, right? Then that would change my opinion on it. So I want Jess to succeed because she's very talented. And you all followed her for a reason. You all subbed to her for a reason. You all found things about her that you liked. You liked her reporting, but she's human too. And she just has to recognize that, I think. I think she just has to recognize that she's human and that she makes mistakes just like everybody else. And when you do that and you apologize, people really dig that. And I think that's one of the reasons, not to brag or anything, I think that's one of the reasons people like me, right? Is because I get up here and when I fuck up and I make mistakes, and I make a lot of them, and I admit it. And I'm like, I wish I didn't do that. I wish I didn't say that. I'm sorry about this. You know, I'm not above saying that. All right. When I do, because I do things that are wrong. You know, I've apologized to Nurse Kim for things. I've apologized to her for things. And I think people like that. That's it. And so but I'm not about canceling. I don't. So when I see the Team Baker thing, I get it, because I'm 1000% a supporter of Baker. I think he's 100% in the right in the situation and has done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. And he's completely entitled to his feelings, right? But that doesn't mean, just because I'm supporting Broken Baker, that I think that Jessica Machado is bad now, that we should trash her. I think that she should take a little time off, maybe, because she was talking about doing that. Go on a vacation for a week, chill out, clear your head, step away from all this, and then come back. And I would say sorry to Broken Baker, because I'll tell you one thing, I think that would go over well with a lot of people. I think a lot of, if she was like authentic, you know what I mean? People like humble. People like that. And that's all I'm saying. That's it. I would just say sorry, but I can't make her say it. And if she's not sorry, then I can't make her. I don't think she should say sorry if she's not sorry. But, you know, I would just say it. I think she should just say sorry. But that's just me. And I think that she will fix a lot of her own problems, which quite frankly are self-inflicted. And I did tell her too. I'm like, this chick, J7, like who you're seeing out here is like a great person. Is destroying your brand. Like you may not know this, but everybody else is seeing this shit, and you're tying yourselves to her, and she is dragging you down, and she is destroying everything you built, everything, because she's undoubtedly in the wrong. There is no one out there that is defending her behavior. Absolutely not. No one is defending that. And so you don't want to be associated with that. That's bad. And I think that she realizes that now, but she can't get over the screenshot of Broken Baker saying she's racist or she's too gossipy or whatever. Like, that is the shit. Okay. So that's it. That's all I'm saying. Like, she is not worth it bringing your whole brand down. That's it. And she did say that. She did say that on her response to the Valid Truth Journey. She told J7 this, and then J7, she called J7 on the show and told her all this shit. And some people were like, it's staged. It wasn't staged. Like, she actually called her, and like, you heard the responses to her about like, well, I didn't do it. It was a blah, blah. And like, you know, that's step one of damage control. Step one of damage control is distance yourself from that. Okay. Step two of damage control is the harder part. That's the apology. And I think that would go a long way. I'm just saying, I don't think that was staged. I do not believe that. I know some people are saying it felt staged. I don't think it was staged. I think she realizes that was the advice I gave her. And I think that clicked in with her. She's like, wait a minute, how well do I know this person? And one of the things she said to me was, and she talked about it in her response to the Valid Truth Journey. She said that, well, she helped me move this homeless woman into her apartment or something. There's some woman out there that, abusive relationship, and she was moving into her apartment. She's talked about it in her thing, and they helped her move in. It was a nice little story. And J7 organized a lot of people to do it. And she's like, I think she's a good person. She organized that. I go, exactly. Can you name another homeless person that she moved into an apartment? Is this something she regularly does? So what you're saying is she did an act of kindness, and in return, you're defending her despite the fact that it's hurting you. You know what I mean? It's like, that's manipulative behavior. It's like the definition of manipulative behavior. I go, think about what that is. Like did she do that out of the kindness of her own heart, or did she do it to gain favor with you? Because that's I've been there. Let's not forget. You know what I mean? When people come at you and they start doing like really nice things like that out of fucking nowhere, like why is this person suddenly doing like really nice things? Do they do really nice things a lot? Do they often move homeless people into like homes and shit? No, because it's manipulative. That's what it is. You got to recognize that when you're being played like that. You're being played. So that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Anyway, let's read some turtle chats. All right. What's today? Oh, today's D-Day, huh? June 6th, rather. June 6th, 2026. Okay. The good Natalie sends $10, goes, Proctor was out of order. The Today Show was out of order. The whole effing crew of antis, you're all out of order. Okay, thank you. Elizabeth sends $50, goes, good evening, Dr. Turtleboy. I used to be outraged, but now my skin is crawling with outrage. Okay. They had the audacity to go after you and hide the actions of these degenerates. The state police need a complete overhaul. Proctor's supervisor, who is rehomed like a Catholic priest, needs to be fired. Which one? I think this will be a tipping point, though, and will help your situation. Turtleboy was right. Yeah, all this stuff helps my situation all the time. Yesterday was a good day. Yesterday I had some quality time with my attorneys, right? Bederow came up here and we had a meeting for like a couple hours, 3 hours. We went out to a meal before we went to the Capitol Grill. I had truffle fries and the lobster mac and cheese. I don't do steak. I see steak and it's like $100 and it comes in a square. It's like this big. It's just like and by the way, the waitress comes over. I'm sitting there. It's me, Bederow, Bradl, and Courtney Healy. And the waitress comes over. Yeah, it should be Chili's. It'd be a lot less expensive. How much dinner costs at Capitol Grill, 4 people? It's with tip, it's like $600 some. Chili's, 4 of us, under 100. Maybe a little over if they get some drinks, but whatever. And the food's better. It's just no offense to the Capitol Grill. It's just better. It's just better. Of course. Yeah. Anyway, what was I going to say? What else was I going to say? Yeah. So anyway, so we go out to dinner and I'm sitting there and the waitress comes over and just like immediately she goes, Turtleboy. I'm like laughing. And I'm like, do you recognize these guys? Bradl and Bederow. And she's like, I'm like, those are my attorneys. She's like, no, I only know like the other attorneys. Jackson and United. I'm like, well, technically he was her attorney for like a week there, but Auntie Bev wouldn't let him on. So give him a break, So anyway, so we had a nice meal of food there. Whatever. I think I fucking hate Capitol Grill. The lawyers love steakhouses, dude. They love it because they're like, they wear suits. They're fancy. Lawyers are fancy people by nature. And I'm just not a fancy guy at all. I don't, hold on, my ring notification, severe thunderstorm. Okay, cool. Anyway, so I met with them and we had a really good meeting. And it just felt really good to just go over the case. Like we're under 6 months away from trial, right? We have to get in trial mode because July 20th is the motion to dismiss, the mega motion. We know how judges are around here. You cannot assume that they're going to dismiss anything, regardless of how good your argument is. regardless of how much they lied to the grand jury. A lot of these judges just like to kick the can down the road and say, let a jury decide. So we have to let a jury decide, and we have to be prepared, and we have to have witnesses. We're coming up with a witness list. That was a big thing we were doing yesterday. I will not be discussing at all in any detail the contents of our privileged conversation about who we plan on calling as witnesses. I will say that the only thing that matters in this, if we have this trial, we are not relitigating the whole Karen Reed case. That will happen in the civil trial. But with the criminal trial, this is a witness intimidation trial. The matter for the jury is going to be, did this man fit the elements of felony witness intimidation beyond a reasonable doubt? I know I didn't do that because of intent. I never intended to intimidate witnesses. I never acted in reckless disregard for the fact that it may intimidate witnesses and prevent a trial from happening. I didn't do that. So we have to be able to, the burden is on them to prove that I did, okay, what my intent was. But if I can provide witnesses who can come forward and show that my intent was not to do that, that's really important. And there's a lot of people out there, and we have to start thinking critically about who those witnesses are. Who can testify about what my intent was, right? Who can testify about that my intent was not to scare Jennifer McCabe so that she changes her testimony? Who, you know what I mean? And so these are the things you have to be able to start doing. And I will take my attorneys any day of the week over Cosgrove. Probably a good thing he wasn't recused, quite frankly. God knows what would have come after him. I don't know. But yeah. All right. So, yeah, they tried to intimidate witnesses. Exactly. They tried to intimidate Lucky. They've tried intimidating Tom Beatty. Chris Albert tried to get Tom Beatty to change his story about Aaron Beatty getting a phone call from Colin Albert at 12:33 a.m. He literally went up. How do I know this? Source, Tom Beatty told me this. I reported on this, that Chris Albert went up to him and said, you should change your testimony. You got to stop saying that Turtleboy, I apologize, that Colin called your daughter at 12:33 to get a ride home or whatever. He's like, I never said that was about. He said that he called her. He did call her. It was weird that he called her. He never calls her. Kids that age never call each other. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see. And one thing I feel pretty confident in is I'm going to testify, because that's the beauty of being not guilty, is no one can explain what you're doing better than you. And I'm not going to trip up. I'm not going to say, I know exactly why I did everything that I did. And it was not to stop any sort of trial from happening. It was not to intimidate any of these witnesses, right? The whole purpose of this was to expose the truth and to exercise my First Amendment rights to journalism, activism, and satire. That's all I was doing the whole time. All these charges against me are either journalism, activism, or satire. Me doing an impression of Colin Albert when I called him up is satire. It just is. It's not intimidation, period. If Colin Albert wants to take the stand and say, I'm on the front lines of defending this country, but also I'm scared of a turtle, then let him do it. We'll see how that holds up under cross-examination. Let him do it. So the Proctor text messages, the Proctor and Goode text messages that came out, that will absolutely help in my civil case. I don't see how it would help with the witness intimidation, because I don't know what it's got to do with it. But it is what it is. Okay, so there's that. Next. Patricia sends $5, goes, how can they possibly move forward with your case when Michael Proctor's name is anywhere near it? Just stop it. I mean, they're going to try to distance themselves from Proctor as much as possible in my case, because Proctor was not an investigating officer in my case. He was a victim. I remember I got the indictments with Proctor were dismissed, but I was initially charged with intimidating him. Imagine that. I almost wish they weren't dismissed so that we could still have him on as a victim. Oh my God. I think the weakest of the 7 indictments left. Remember, my 7 victims, as we call them: Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Chris Albert, Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Julie Nagel, and Elizabeth Proctor. To me, Elizabeth Proctor is the weakest of the 7 indictments left. They're all very weak, but hers is the most ridiculous. All I did with her was write an article explaining where she worked and put a link to her Facebook and Twitter accounts for her employers, and said, if people want to file a complaint with them, here's how you can do it, because she was doing that to other people. That's it. That's all I did to Elizabeth Proctor. That's not illegal. That's not witness intimidation. That's absurd. So, yeah, we can deal with that. But who requested your arrest warrant? We'll get to that another time. All right, next. So, yeah, I don't know. But he did send that text message on September 3rd saying he was really mad that I wrote an article about him. Shocking. He calls me asshole, which I guess is better than the N-word. I mean, it's kind of Friday was like an unfortunate day to be a white male victim of Michael Proctor's corruption, because I'm like the only demographic not listed on his like hate screen, because it's the same demographic that he is and that Good is. I'm just another white guy, unfortunately. I'm like, bro, why couldn't I be fucking Jewish, dude? If I was Jewish, I would be cash money right now. Imagine that. I should have been like Tim Watley and just converted to Judaism for the jokes. Except I would just be converting to Judaism for the lawsuits. Because, man, they don't like the Jews either. They really don't like the Jews. Talk about Hitler winning World War II, the world be a better place. Yikes. I'm like, dude, because I'm not black. I'll never be black. I'll never be female. Well, actually, that's changed nowadays. But for the most part, I'll never be female. I could pull a Jim Altman, but I'll never be that. But I could be Jewish. There's nothing stopping me from being Jewish. You can just convert if you want. It's just it's a thought. It's a belief. It's not like it's ethnic, right? Just like a belief. You know, I could convert to Judaism before trial, but I don't know if I get grandfathered in on the hate. You know, like I could be Jew daddy. I could do Jew daddy. I don't think my mom would like that if I did that, because she was very Catholic. But it's like, come on, Ma. We're going to make a lot of money off this, you know. We're going to try to sue him good. If I'm Jewish, it helps my case, you know. But I don't know if we're allowed to do that. So, all right, next. Cupcakes for Justice sends $25 and says, free Turtleboy. Well, thanks, Cupcakes for Justice. I appreciate that. Marianne sends $10, goes, Irish Lily says, free Dr. Turtleboy. He is always right. But I'm not always right. That's the thing. No one is always right. And none of us should think that. Okay. Sometimes I'm wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. I would say I'm right like 95% of the time. Right. But that means you're wrong 5% of the time. And that's okay, because we're all human, aren't we? We're all human. All right, next. But one thing I'm definitely not wrong about is that Karen Reed didn't hit John O'Keefe with the car. Okay. I'm not wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the fact that John O'Keefe went inside that house alive and came outside all but dead. I'm not wrong about that. That happened. No matter how many lawsuits these people want to put on me, those are the facts, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's what the data shows. That's what the evidence shows. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? All right, next. The Albert Family Rock sends $10 and goes, the views we've seen expressed from Proctor and Goode would fit right in at a Klan rally, and it is not believable that nobody at the state police, town of Canton, and Norfolk DA knew what kind of people they are, which suggests they're not the only two, just the two that got caught. Apparently, there are no standards for who can be a cop in Massachusetts. Yeah, now they're going to argue, the town of Canton and state police are going to argue, well, how are we supposed to know that they said this? Like, they're going to be, their argument, which is a fair one, is going to be, so if we hire somebody, are we supposed to ask for their cell phone and like their cloud and read their last 10 years of text messages before hiring them, is that going to be the new standard? You know, which is a fair argument to make, right? It's not like they could ask for Proctor's phone before they hired him and go through it all. Okay, fair point. But I find it very hard to believe, and I would say impossible to believe, that these thoughts that he wrote in those text messages were entirely contained to text messages with Sean Goode. I find that very hard to believe. I find it very hard to believe that the almost entirely white male state police detectives unit attached to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, that none of those other guys who were on group chats with him where he's acting inappropriate, that none of these people in conversations with Michael Proctor picked up on the fact that the guy doesn't like black people very much and uses the N-word very freely and is really creepy. You know what was kind of funny? Is the news has had to like crop out a lot of the things that he said and, you know, not say them. You can't even report on what he said because it's so bad. But one of the ones that they didn't crop out on because they don't know what it means is when they're like, what he was like, yeah, I was shooting ropes on her or something like that. And for those of you unfamiliar with, like, they're like, yes. So he said some things we can't say, but we can say shooting ropes on her. I'm like, bro, you know he's talking about a cum shot, right? You know that it's like a rope of semen. Like a rope. White. Light colored rope. Like that's what he's talking about. You're literally like, we can't say these words are so horrific on here. We can't say them. There's the N-word in this shot, but boy, will we talk about a wall of cum, won't we? We will just say it right there, just right in front of you. Like what? They just, every time I see that on the news, it's like, bro, what? You know what that means, right? Yikes. Like pearl necklace. It's like, oh, he wanted to give someone a pearl necklace. It must have been her birthday. Oh, it was her birthday. That's for sure. She got a pearl necklace. You're right about that. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that. Albert Family Rock. Joe Breyer sends $10, goes, J7 and Machado aside, Val is in everyone's streams, rage baiting many creators who do not deserve her vile hate. Never forget, she was team 5150 and she believed Ray's nephew Alex was touched. Then that's your opinion. And, you know, I guess that's true. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. I always see the good in people. And I think with her, even when she was on those teams or whatever, and that was like her initial take or whatever, I always found her reasonable. And I could always get her to admit, like when she came on my stream one time and I was calling her all sorts of foul names. Okay. She said, she was like, you know, I guess you have a point about Karen Reed or something like that, not giving you your flowers or so. I forget what she said, but it was like some sort of concession that I was right about something. And then she's like, but Ray from Dallas, blah, 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 you know, and it just showed that she was just consumed with the Ray from Dallas thing. But I saw that her initial concession was that I made a good point about something. And the same goes with her with, you know, she comes around. Like if you can't fault people for coming around, like she initially believed the 5150 stuff, like she believed it. Right. But she figured it out, and we should not punish people for changing their minds and seeing the light. If it's authentic, you know, the people that turn on me, none of them have actually seen the light. Like Jason Broyles didn't suddenly see the light. He's just mad because I called him out on his bullshit. He's mad that I criticized him. And then, so none of them actually saw the light. Whereas like some people who have switched, it's Sparkly Rabbit's another one. She's another one who, when she came on, you know, a lot of people would have been mad about that. When I went on her spaces and she's like, is it true that you don't get to see your daughter? And I'm like, Marie, why would you ask that? That's not nice. And she's like, I don't know. It's just out there. I'm like, where'd you see that? She's like, it was on the internet. And I'm like, well, that's not a source. And she kind of saw the light. I don't know. She was blinded by the nonsense and the lies, and eventually people see the light and they see oh yeah. And so you just got to let them do it. You just got to let them do it. And I think a lot of people tonight are expecting me to talk about a stream that happened with Cryford today. And I'm not going to do it because that's what they want. And I'm not doing that. Okay. I didn't listen to it. I retweeted one ridiculous clip where they're talking about mass reporting my channel. That's the only thing I have an interest in because I don't want to lose my channel. And I think that's fucked up when people mass report channels like that. But as for everything else that was said on there, I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to know. I will not be talking about it. I will not be feeding into that and breathing life into it because it is a waste of time. And that is what they want. And we're not doing that. So that's it. That's it. All right, next. And plus, there's a million other channels that will cover that shit. So if you want to watch it, it's available, but not on my time. Not on my watch. Next, Voos sends $5, goes, can you give a quick hi to my boy, Isaac? We're hooping while listening to you. Okay, hoop it up, fellas. What's up, Isaac? Work on your J. Okay. Meredith B sends, is this Bouvier? Is this from the chat rats? Sends $25, goes, I can't wait till you are free. You deserve so much happiness. I can't wait either. And I appreciate you saying that. And I just can't wait till all this shit is over. And we can move on, but it's not going to end anytime soon because, the McAlberts don't want it to end. For some reason, they want to keep this going. They're the ones that want to keep this shit going. They're the ones that want to keep themselves in a public eye, which seems like a bad idea for them. But if they have to do it and we got to pay to fight, they're not going to beat us. I don't know what they're thinking. So there's that. Okay, next. The Albert Family Rock sends $10 and says, also, is this fucking freezing on me again? Sorry. The Albert Family Rock sends $10 and goes, as it relates to the McCabe's and Alberts, this guy with his abhorrent views has been your family friend for years. What does that tell us about you? I don't believe that they didn't know who was exactly. You will never, ever convince me that you hang out with shit and don't start to stink like it. Because that's what these people are. You hang out with shit, you stink like it. And that's what Michael Proctor is. He's shit. Everybody knows he's shit right now. And so the McAlberts have, especially the Chris Alberts segment of the clan, has proudly associated with this guy for years. For years. And you will never convince me that, at the barbecues and stuff like that, that they aren't freely talking like this. They might not just be throwing N-bombs around like crazy or anything like that, but they might be talking about the blacks. There might be some conversations like that going on. Oh, man. To me, one of the most telling texts of all of them was the one about Proctor going to the school, about going to Canton High School. To me, that was one of the most telling ones. Because first of all, that was the most problematic tweet of all of them, I thought. Because that's the only one where he's talking about children. And he's going into the school. And he's like, I went to Canton High School. Yeah, what'd you think of it? Oh, well, first thought, I didn't like it. What didn't you like about it? What was different? Oh, there's black kids now. Oh, so that's bad, right? It's like a bad thing when there's black kids in the school. You don't like that, do you? Right? Because that represents change. You don't like that, do you? You don't like when black people move to the suburbs, do you? You like when they stay in Boston, don't you? Or Randolph, as you said in another text message, where they stay where they belong, contained to their communities. You don't like when they come to Canton because your family moved to Canton because his parents did not grow up in Canton. I think they used to live in Randolph, right? I want to say. And his family moved to Canton. Why? To get away from black people. And here they are moving in, and Proctor's like, this defeats the purpose of moving to Canton. You know, that's what he was saying. To let them die, all that stuff was bad. But to me, that one bothered me the most, the one about going to the school. Because imagine that's your kid in Canton. You're like a black parent in Canton, and this cop is going into your school, and he sees your kid, and he's like, man, that's problematic. Why? What's problematic? Oh, he's black. It's not good. And then he called them. I don't even know if you're allowed to say this word on there. It's not quite the N word. It's a variation of it where they add LET instead of GER, like a piglet. It rhymes with piglet. And he called them that. Like, who says that shit? That's crazy. You know? Anyway, so there's that. Next. Samantha sends $10, goes, hey, I mentioned this the other night on Turtle Club, but your website is doing something weird when you're not logged in. If you try to click on Turtle Club, it redirects you to a really sketchy site. Anyone else having that problem? Yeah, just message turtlepods@gmail.com and we'll look into it. Thank you. Court TV sends $25, goes, I bet it feels good not being the subject of gossip for once. I mean, it's not, I'm not always the subject of it, but I like to think, I don't like pile-ons, and I don't like just suddenly deciding someone is bad, you know, and I also know Jessica Machado's like human, and, you know, she's clearly sensitive, like which is another thing. Like Jessica Machado's whole thing is dishing it out to other people, right? Calling out bullshit, calling out BLT, calling out, you know, speaking her mind. She's not afraid to criticize me, calling out me when necessary, calling out Kim when necessary, calling out Purple Kool-Aid, doing that. If that's going to be your shtick, you better be able to fucking take it. Then taking it has to be part of your brand too, or it's not going to fucking work. It's not going to work. And that's why my shtick works, is because I give it pretty good, but I can also take it pretty good, you know? And I don't let that shit bother me too much. And you got to be able to take it. And so this is a big chance, I think, for Jess Machado to learn, to grow, to evolve, and to come back stronger. And I believe in her. And I don't like pile-ons. I don't think just like destroying people and just like burning them to the ground is what's next. But she's going to have to me, if she wants to come back from this, she's got to have a valid truth journey, like a new one when she comes back, in which it's got to contain an apology to the baker. I think that's what people want. You know, I think that's what people want. So anyway, next. Lucy sends $5 and says, just so you know, Valerie, oh God, enough with the Valerie shit, will you? Who cares? Valerie has been in chat stating you are not a big Jess Machado fan. When questioned if she speaks for you, she said the truth is the truth and doubles down. Now she is trying to further divide, throwing you into drama, and she needs to be called out for her bullshit. Free Turtleboy. Well, Valerie doesn't speak for me. Like, and you know that. You know, like everybody knows, nobody speaks for me. I speak for myself, period. So you know that. Like, so if I don't know what she's saying, I can't monitor every chat, but you know that's not true. So, like, what the hell? Like, why would you even ask me about that? So thank you. Joshua sends $10, goes, didn't a broadcast journalist recently knock on Goode's door asking for an interview? Yes, they did. Is she or the organization to be prosecuted for witness intimidation? I suppose they could, because he's a cop, or he was a cop. I don't know. All he has to say is, I was planning on attending an ongoing criminal proceeding. I was just going to go sit in court, and the statute covers him. And if he felt emotional harm from that, then yeah, he should go to the police and report that. But I don't think he will. Next, Cindy sends $40 and goes, hi, Aidan, sharing a 40 with you as I celebrate my 40th wedding anniversary today. Keep on keeping on. Well, thank you so much, Cindy. I appreciate that. And happy 40th anniversary. God bless you. Hopefully your marriage is happy. Hopefully it's not one of those like fake marriages where you just stick it around because better than getting divorced. You know what I mean? I really admire people who have happy marriages. I really do. I think that's really cool. Like real, authentic, happy marriages are rare, I think, but they're really cool. You know, some people are just built like that. Some people are just like, there's nothing more adorable than an elderly couple holding hands, is there? You're like, oh man, that's really cool. They really love each other, huh? They might not have sex anymore. It might be weird. We don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. Kind of gross, but, you know, but they really love each other, and they're going to be, when one of them dies, the other one's going to be so sad, and they'll probably die right after. That happens all the time when somebody dies and then the next person dies from like a broken heart because they don't know how to live without them. It's just like, it's a beautiful thing. So happy 40th wedding anniversary. And also shout out to all the people that I met at my new favorite bar, the Catman Cafe in Mansfield. You know, people are coming over all night and saying hello. And but it's always with the moms. They're always like, oh, my mom wants me to take a picture. My mom can't believe you're here. We get a picture from my mom. Yeah, sure, no problem. So there we go. Anyway, okay. Next, we have Lynette Corolla. My girl sends $50 and goes, Dr. Turtleboy, I would love to hear your perspective on the new long-form interview with Michaela Sharilla's dad on Chris Cuomo's podcast. He went on Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo has a podcast? Okay, two things I learned right there. A couple days ago, he was an imbecile when you hear him talk and spew lies. Yeah, he's an imbecile on everything he goes on. He is her parents. If you think your mom is dumb, wait till you meet her dad. Like, they don't let the dad talk. Like, the mom tries not to let the dad talk because somehow she's the smart one. Goes on to say he was an imbecile. When you hear him talk and spew lies, you would have a field day. Hashtag Turtleboy was right. Love you lots and supporting you every step of the way. P.S. Can you say happy birthday to my 20-year-old boy-girl twins, Santino and Natalia? Happy birthday, boy-girl twins there. You know I'm a big fan of yours, XO Lynette Corolla. And I'm a big fan of yours too, Lynette. Thank you so much. All right, next. Clark Griswold sends $25, goes, it's a long one. It's a centograph. We'll see how long. It's got to be a good one if you want me to read the whole thing. Since $25 goes, what's up, Doc? Listen, Turtle, all right? Merch idea. You can't put pics on T-shirts based on name, image, like list. No. But many T-shirt peddlers, possibly yours, allow customers to upload pics of their choosing to be printed so you have a template shirt with bang, bang. Okay. All right. Not reading that whole thing. And I'll read it later and says hashtag free Turtleboy. Thanks. Appreciate that. Again, no centographs, please. No centographs. So thank you for that one. All right. Let me read some Cash Apps and then we'll read some more later. Yeah. Hold on. Insane. Okay. All right. Cash Apps. Christopher sends $25 and goes, Aaron Spencer was freed. Now you're next. Yes. Congratulations to him. I did not know much about that case. All I know is that Defense Diaries just had a big fundraiser for him. And then maybe that's what freed him. I don't know. They raised like 30 something grand. And Melanie Little's a big supporter. It's the guy who killed the pedo that was trying to rape his daughter. And then he ran for sheriff. He won the primary. He's going up against the existing sheriff. He's wicked popular. Everybody likes this guy. And he got his charges dropped. He was charged with murder and he got them dropped. So big ups to him down in Arkansas. So congratulations to Aaron Spencer, sir. I'm sure it must feel really good. So thank you. Joanne sends $10. So Joanne, I'm not going to lie. I don't know. Joanne sent me a very large check the other day. And I want to thank her very much for that. It was a very, very generous amount in a donation. And she sent $10 this time and says, get ahead of them. Send the hit list to YouTube. Yeah, I probably should. I don't know. How can you preempt that? I don't know. But Cherry sends $5 and goes, free Turtleboy. Thank you very much, Sherry. Let me read some memberships here, and then we'll get started with the rest of the content. All right. We got Ian says, I hope to see a bunch of Turtleboy bumper stickers on the road soon. Awesome. I just ordered mine. Yes, we got new merch, by the way. Do you guys see the new merch? If you guys check it out I believe it's, where'd it go? Huh. Do we have like, where'd it go? I think there should be like a link to shirts. Let me try a different one. If I go in a different stream and go to this one, is it under there? Is it only on phones? There should be now like links to merch to buy. I'm almost positive. But I don't see it when I go on a video. Is it on the phone? Hold on. Hold on. We got to see this. If I go on a stream right now, does it appear differently on the phone? Let's see. Under description. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. Anyway, let me show you the new merch that we have because I want to show it off. It's really cool. You got the store, Turtleboy store. There it is. Yep. All right. Oh yeah. Is it? And then if you go to, maybe just go. Oh, okay. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay. You got these new. This is the new design, the Turtleboy was right design that we got out there on shirts. Check this out. These are just fucking epic. The Turtleboy was right. This is the new. Jesus Christ with the pinwheel. Do you guys see this fucking pinwheel? My computer has too many windows open. Something's wrong with it. It's annoying. It's happening a lot now. Fupa computer. No, I hate that. There it is. Look at that. Turtleboy was right. Look at that. How dope is that? Look at that thing. Get him in the Turtleboy store. You get any color you want. But we have more than just shirts. I mean, it comes in all sorts of colors. Any one of these colors. Kiwi, if you like kiwi. Oh, there it is. Different. You can come with like a model. You can see what it looks like, you know. Or you can go back here and you can see like different sort of merch for Turtleboy was right. We got vinyl decals, shirts, sweatshirts. Got these t-shirts, more different style of Turtleboy was right. Tank tops, bags. We got magnets. We got zip ups, hoodies. We got bumper stickers, decals, all sorts of shit. So go get your merch today, folks. It's going to be dope. Wait, is it not showing anymore? Yeah, no, it should be there. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's one membership there. Let's see. Ruth Ann is a member for 7 months. Welcome. I don't see how this works. So why does it pop up? Because you only get like 1 or 2 of these if you're a member, right? A month. So if you're a member and you got one of these, don't you want to say a message? How does it? It seems like a waste, Ruth Ann. If you only get like one message, don't you want to like write a message? How does that work? I don't know members. Tell me and become a member today. We gotta pass the glare. I think he's still beating me in memberships. We got to beat him. We cannot lose to the glare. So thank you. Okay. You got 10. You got 10 of those a month. Okay. Where's your Turtleboy dog whistle? We should sell dog whistles. I just rally the troops up. They're always accusing me of using a dog whistle. I need to get an actual one. All right. Next we have here KKB. All right. Is a member for 5 months. This is a new member. So they became a member. Superstition Man. Welcome aboard. We got 1977 Felicia tossing around 5. And congrats to the winners and Cupcakes for Justice. Congrats to the 5 winners. Don't forget to renew, though. Don't forget to renew. Don't just take your free trial month. Stick around. Lacey is a new YouTube member. Congrats, girl. Welcome aboard. Christina MGW says the YouTube shirt is fucking with me. It said I couldn't talk in the chat, but I can send this testing 1, 2. That's weird. Well, welcome aboard. Aaron Brady says, don't forget to brush your teeth. That's my line at the end. Let me say that. Becca Holexa says, I stand with Baker. And I also stand with Baker, because he did, what happened to him was wrong. What happened with, the harassment that he took, like people have a right to end a relationship, period. That's it. Not even like a real relationship either. Free Turtleboy says, good citizen Weymouth. Who cares? Love Jessica and Baker. And by the way, real quick, this Jim Bearcat mofo, we got to talk about him and all these fake DA candidates for a second. I want to talk about these fake DA candidates. There's only 2 people that can win DA. Okay. 2. Adam Deitch and Greg Connor. That's it. No one else can win. Okay, yeah. And Broken Bakers, here's why I love him. He's like that these creators are trying to mass report accounts without reason. Isn't young jerks breaking the terms of service? They're literally trying to do that, saying they hired an expert.
Chat. I'm trying to actually, but beyond even removing them and blocking them, I want to actually report them.
Yeah, see, it's like that's violation. Like this is just so fucked up because it's like if you can't beat them, take them down, silence them. I'm sorry that nobody watches Young Cryford anymore. I'm sorry that his content isn't good enough that people are interested in anymore. I'm sorry that he used to get 7,000 or 8,000 people watching his streams because Bederow was carrying his program. And now he doesn't have that anymore because he's really bad with human relationships. And he burned that bridge and he burned the bridge with Mazza and he declared war on a lot of really good people. I get that he literally self-sabotaged and no one wants to watch him anymore. I get how that must suck. I get it. But that doesn't mean you should try to silence successful creators, right? Who have continued to thrive despite your attempts to destroy them. And, Cryford claims that he still talks to Karen Reed. I know for a fact that is 1,000% untrue. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. Think of who is more likely to be talking to the Reed family in the camp. Me or him? Think about that one for a second. Who's currently tied to the hip in a fucking lawsuit with the Reed team right now? Swimming in the same direction. Not Mike Crawford. Okay? Mike Crawford is lying when he says that he talks to Karen Reed still. And that needs to be put out there because he is out here claiming he still talks to Karen Reed. That is 1,000% untrue. He does not communicate with Karen Reed. Okay? I said, don't ask. Oh, he said, ask me how I know. Don't ask me how I know. Actually, don't do it. I'm not telling you. But he actually said that, right? That he talks to Karen Reed. That needs to be corrected because that's fucked up to do. He's taking these headlines and trying to be like, I still talk to her. No, he doesn't. That is 1,000% a lie, to be very clear about that. But you would know because no one watches his fucking YouTube presentations anymore. Anyway, that's not why I went on here. I went on here to show you this Jim Bearcat mofo. Oh, nice. We're up to 150.4. Sweet. Go follow me on Twitter. Where'd it go? Here it is. All right. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. So Emily C. There was a debate the other day with there's 6 candidates for DC, and just look at this guy's haircut. Okay. This in and of itself is disqualifying. Okay. Just look at this guy. I don't know anything about him. The haircut's disqualifying though. This is not 1978, sir. You're going to have to get a different haircut. Okay. You look like Corey Matthews got struck by lightning. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, pal? And this is some answer he gave about something. Listen to this.
We often think, or maybe we're attuned to seeing investigations be sloppy or people being taken advantage of when it's black and brown males. But in this case, investigations that didn't happen where actually Adam's former office had to step in and investigate. And another case where, we rarely see women being prosecuted in Massachusetts. And it's not only because women don't commit crimes at the same rates as men, but I think it's a very standard principle that women and children are the bedrocks of our society.
What? I don't know what that stream of consciousness garbage was, but he just said, Emily C. makes this tweet, clips it, and goes, "We're used to black and brown men being prosecuted, but we've got to be more careful with the white women because we need them to make the babies." Like, that's how she took it. I have no idea what he was saying there. Like, none. I don't know what that meant. He was trying to make some sort of point, but I'm like, what? Okay. Pardon? Yeah. Pardon? And so this was his response. Okay. He goes, "Let's get this straight. Not investigating the grooming and child exploitation of Sandra Birchmore, check. Prosecuting Karen Reed twice, check. People being tired of this, check. Honestly, sounds like you hate women more than Proctor does. Emily C. lives in Norfolk County, okay? She has officially reached the status of content creator, not just content consumer. She is a content creator at this point. She's got over 11,000 followers. People like her. She's extremely popular. She's like Baker level popular. And so like her approval rating is very high. And so you probably, if you're running for office, don't want to tell her that she hates women, especially more than Michael Proctor does, especially when you're not a woman. Okay. And that's just not, and you're running for office. Like, don't say that. Now, in fairness, she did say, "Good morning, Mr. Jim. I fear we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm Emily. I'm a resident and voter here in Norfolk County. Like you, I have grave concerns about the decisions and actions I've seen from this current administration. If you'd be interested, I'd enjoy the chance to get to speak with you more about this. All the best." And then he said, "DMs are open. We got off on the wrong foot." Okay, fine. However, she is having him on apparently this week. And here's the first question I'd ask him is when it comes to this. It's the only question that matters in my mind. There's only one question that matters with this guy is, will he do this? Will he do this? I said, my response to him is really simple. Drop out now and endorse Adam Deitch. Not that you have many voters, but the few voters that you do have, urge them to vote for Adam Deitch. Okay? Because what we can't afford to do, and that goes not only for him, but for Juna Perkins and the 2 other losers up there who have no chance of winning. Okay? Just drop out and endorse Adam Deitch. It's just that simple. That's all you got to do. Okay? Just drop out and support Adam Deitch. Because there's only 2 people that can win this election. Adam Deitch, and then get a haircut. But Adam Deitch and Greg Conner. And quite frankly, if I was a betting man, I would say the heavy favorite, and I think people are underestimating this. I would say you don't understand politics if you don't understand that the heavy favorite in this is Greg Conner. And you are kidding yourself if you think that Greg Conner is not the heavy favorite. You're just kidding yourself. You don't understand politics. Greg Conner was a machine chosen candidate. Do you know what a political machine is? Let me tell you. A political machine is an organization that decides what candidate they will get behind, and they get that candidate elected, and then that candidate is controlled by the machine. Okay? And they've been around since Tammany Hall in the 1800s. It works. They know how it's a fucking science about getting people elected. It's a science. And the first thing you do is you raise money, and then you get endorsements. And the most important endorsements you get are union endorsements. And Greg Conner's got all of the union endorsements, all of them. And that was planned. And he's getting all the money that would have gone to Michael Morrissey. Michael Morrissey can't run because his name's shit. He can't run. So they need a younger, cleaned up version of Michael Morrissey who is not a threat to the establishment, and has less of the baggage that Morrissey has. He's their guy. Okay. If you think that guy's not the favorite, you don't understand politics. Greg Conner is the favorite, but you're like, but that doesn't make sense. Everybody on my Twitter feed says Adam Deitch. Yeah, they don't vote, and they're not going to vote. I've done polls of my audience before, and like 10% of my audience live in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Most don't live in Massachusetts. All right. This Karen Reed story has greatly expanded my audience to all different parts of the world and the country. So it might be popular in our little corner of the internet. Adam Deitch is very popular over here. And Adam Deitch has raised more money than all of them. But most of that money comes from outside of Norfolk County. When it comes from the money inside Norfolk County, Greg Conner has raised the most money. He is the favorite. He is the most well-known. He has a family that's lived in Norfolk his entire life. Read his bio. The dude, I don't know if he's ever left Norfolk County before. He might have crossed county lines and gone to Boston a couple times, but that's about it. Okay. Greg Conner is well known. He's a white male, which is important to get elected in Norfolk County. Okay. Because that's the only people that get elected. Like Michael Morrissey's the same shit. Bill Keating before him, right? He is the least threatening candidate to the establishment. And that is by design, because he will be they can control Greg Conner. Nobody scares them more than Adam Deitch. Nobody scares them more than Adam Deitch. He scares the shit out of them, as he should, because he investigated them and he knows more. He knows shit that Juna Perkins doesn't know. So all these people should drop out. And I'll tell you one thing. There is not a single voter out there who would vote for Greg Conner, or not, Paul, that would vote for Bearcat or Perkins or whatever. There is not a single one of those people who would vote for Greg Conner as their second choice. None of them. Did I see the Hurricanes scored 3 goals in 2 minutes? Is that right? Hold on. I know they were down 4-0. Holy shit. They scored 3 goals that quickly? Get out of here. God damn. Okay. That's crazy. If they blow a 4-0 lead in the third period, yikes. Yikes. And that's in Vegas too, right? Ooh. Yeah. There's no ranked choice voting, unfortunately. There should be, but there's not. So none of these people would vote for Greg. Every single person that would vote for Juna Perkins if she dropped out would vote for Adam Deitch. They all need to do that. Their presence in the race only helps Greg Conner. one would say almost, how much is Greg Conner paying you to stay in this election? Because you know you can't win. You know there is a 0% chance of you winning, right? When Ross Perot ran for president in 1992, he won almost 20% of the vote, and he knew he had no shot at winning. And he probably cost George H.W. Bush the election because most of his voters probably would have voted Republican. That's what third parties, that's what these extra parties that can't win do. They dilute votes. That's how Woodrow Wilson got elected president in 1912 with less than 42% of the vote. That guy wasn't going to win. Woodrow Wilson sucked. Woodrow Wilson was like the worst president in American history, I would argue. The worst. Horrible. Fucking moron. Thought he was the smartest guy in the room, right? Nerd, president of Princeton University, loser, racist, right? Started the Federal Reserve, dragged us into World War I, which had dick all to do with us, insisted on only trading weapons with Britain and not Germany, and thinking that Germany was going to be cool with that and that they wouldn't start blowing shit up with their submarines. And then we got dragged into that. And then 100 and whatever thousand Americans die in World War I in the most horrific way possible. A lot of people came back from that war with mustard seed gas. Their faces were all fucked up and everything like that. And it was just a horrific war. It was just horrible, World War I. And then after that, he wants to create this new world. He is obsessed with this League of Nations ideas and getting America involved in more foreign alliances, which is extremely unpopular at the time, and just fucking obsessed with it and will not let anything go. And he agrees to this thing called the Treaty of Versailles, which is basically the catalyst for World War II, because it insists on punishing Germany so much and making them pay $33 billion in reparations, which basically is the juice that makes Adolf Hitler popular in Germany, because he wants to just denounce it, right? And why did we sign this thing? Because it was a consolation, because a concession on Woodrow Wilson's part, because they agreed to create this stupid League of Nations that we got dragged into, which did dick all to stop the spread of Adolf Hitler. So there we go. He was the worst president in American history, the 28th president, Woodrow Wilson, and he never should have gotten elected. The only reason he was elected is because Teddy Roosevelt came back from political retirement. He was a president for a while, and then he was really popular and he was cool. And then he didn't want to be president anymore. And he went on a safari in the Amazon and started going in the rainforest and cutting down bushes and shit like that and finding tribes and living his best life. And then he came back and decided, nope, I want to be president again, but he couldn't. And William Howard Taft was the sitting president, and he was the Republican, and Teddy Roosevelt decided he was going to try to become the Republican nominee, and then he didn't get it, and he ran as a third party called the Bull Moose Party, the Progressive Party, and every single person that voted for Teddy Roosevelt would have voted for William Howard Taft, and William Howard Taft, who, even though he got stuck in the White House bathtub because he was over 300 pounds, fattest president in American history, he was still better than Woodrow Wilson, okay? And every single vote that went to Teddy Roosevelt would have gone to William Howard Taft, right? And he would have gotten 55% of the vote, and we never would have had Woodrow Wilson, and we never would have gotten dragged into World War I, and there would be no World War II, and there would be no Adolf Hitler. So that's what third parties do. They make horrible candidates. They help horrible candidates get elected. That's what they do. They sabotage elections, and that's what Jim Barricat's doing. He is people like Jim Barricat and Juna Perkins are helping Greg Conner. Okay? And enough with the bullshit. Enough with pretending that we all can't do the math and see what's happening here. Okay? Enough with it. They need to drop out. If they're about actual change and they're about actually getting rid of this administration, creating change, it ain't going to be with you. There will never be a district attorney, Jim Barricat. Okay? There will never be a district attorney named Juna Perkins. That will never happen. Okay? So you got to put your ego aside and say, am I about change or am I about me? Because if you're about change, then you need to drop out. That's the best way that you can affect change right now. Drop out, endorse Adam Deitch, and let's go win this thing. Let's go get real reform. Let's go get real systemic change. Even though I didn't even like Adam Deitch's answers the other day on Emily C's show. It was horrible. I thought his answer was horrible about pushing boundaries. I didn't like it. But only Adam Deitch can fix this rotting thing. Because only he can win. He's the only one that can win. So there we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah. And so this is what this dude says. He goes, in response, he goes, this was his response. Clown emoji. This is how you know he's not a real candidate. He just does a clown emoji. Like, what? I'm a clown? Bro, I'm smarter than you. You follow me, bro. This dude follows me. I don't follow him. You follow me. I'm not the clown. No one's heard of you. Your haircut's ridiculous. You need to drop out. You got to drop out. Okay? And by the way, I also haven't heard you say, if you really wanted to stand out, you would say, if I was elected district attorney, I would null pros the charges with Turtleboy. That would make you really popular, but you don't have the balls to do that. And you're not bold. So you need to just drop out and endorse Adam Deitch, because he's not going to say that either. But at least we have faith in him. We don't know you. We don't know you. You don't even go here. So anyway, I hope Emily C asks him that when she interviews him and says, are you going to drop out and endorse Adam Deitch? Do you understand the math of this all? Do you understand the math? All right, next. So let's talk about the Oh, wait, I was reading crap. I'll read the memberships later. We got to get to the Proctor texts. Because even though we went over these the other day, I want to go over them again. Okay? I want to read these again because these are absolutely outrageous. When I read them the first time, it was like reading them in real time. But now we've had time to kind of process them. Everyone's talking about them and really like think about it. And, I've got more thoughts. Okay, that's the wrong one. Hold on one moment. Is this the one? No, that's not it. PDF. No. No. What's today? June 6th? What day did these come out? This came out on June. Sorry, I'm looking at my files here. Is this it? Where the fuck are they? All right, I'm just going to go download it again. I know I have these. So I know. What day did the Proctor email? What day is today? June 6th? Today's Saturday. Did they come out Thursday? June 4th? It came out June 4th? I think they came out June 4th. Let me play this. June 4th. You sure this isn't it? Oh, I got it. Okay, I found it. Never mind. I got it. All right, let's pull this up. All right. So let's just go down the list. I got it. Is this her sending it to me? Let's see. Got a text from Emily C. Let's see what it says. No, she sent it to me. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got that one. All right. So, oh my goodness gracious. It's so horrible. All right. After telling Goode about a multi-car accident in Canton, actually, this is all like, there's audio of this. I heard WCVB has released these audios. Is that true? Is there a place where we can hear all the audios? I should have done my research beforehand. WCVB. Videos. Let me read the chat. Do you guys know? Is there a place where I can see all the audios? Loophole Lawyer has them all, but he adds like commentary and stuff. I just want just a link to all of them. Is there like a video? Has anyone done like a video just with them? Because you can read them, but you can actually hear Proctor's own words, which is even better. Anybody know where I can find the audio? I heard clips on the news too. Does anyone know where I can find the audio? Yeah, and it's definitely worse hearing from his own mouth, but does anyone know where I can hear the audio? Microdots has them all? Is that right? Is that true, though? Don't just say it if you think Microdots has it. Or you think. Let me know where you can find it. Somebody in the chat has to know. I know Grant's got some clips. I guess I'll go to Grant's. I mean, this is crazy that I'm like, I can't believe I've reached a point in my life where I'm like, where can I find like the real story? Oh, you got to check out Grant. You got to do Towel News. Got to do Towel News. I never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. Towel News has it. They only play. Let's go to Towel News. We're going to Towel News right now. Grant Smith Ellis. As part of the Grant Smith Ellis Redemption Tour. Okay. Okay. Man, Towel News feed it's a lot going on here. A lot going on here. Not sure what all this is. On Towel News. Okay.
And pop in.
Okay, can't listen to all that. We've got news on Hezbollah. Is Adam Deitch. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, you know what? We'll just it's taking too long to look, so Towel News is a fucking headache. Like I go on there, it's just like that's a lot of information. I can't read it all. Okay. Anyway, I'll just read them. Screw it. I'll censor myself as best I can. All right. So actually, take your time. I saw an N-word was involved, he says. Yeah. I saw an N-word is involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die. How's he going to explain that one? He filed a motion yesterday to avoid his deposition Monday that Alan Jackson is flown in for. Because Karen Reed's going to be there at that, just sitting at that table. And that they dropped this right now. Just to get to him. And so actually I got a hot take here. This is a tip I have. So he's trying to get out of it. And Judge Gilday basically responded to it. They dropped this on like Friday, last minute. And so they think Judge Gilday won't have a time to respond. But this is a tip that we got in the inbox. And again, this is like one of those disclaimers. I don't know if this is true or not. So I'm just reporting this as a tip. That's not necessarily 1000% confirmed at all. Exact 0% confirmed. But I'm just going to read it. Because when a tip has like slightly more juice than like a completely made up shit, this one seems to have slightly more juice. All right. I got credible info from my coworker. He spoke to Proctor's wife, and he is in a psychiatric hospital in Florida for treatment. He was at McLean's in Belmont, but left for Florida, and now he's being treated down there. I know from past comments from my coworker, but just learned about the hospitalization a couple days ago. His wife and him are absolutely done. That's confirmed. She has separated herself from him for obvious reasons. So again, this is unconfirmed. And they go on to say, he's not sure how long this has been going on for with the ex-wife in the exact time, but it's been at least 2 months because of the previous comments from my coworker about him being separated from his wife and in Florida or around 2 months ago. The coworker's wife is one of the best friends with Elizabeth Proctor. So the info is pretty solid. This kid that tells us this stuff only gives us info once in a while. It's not everyday conversation, unfortunately. He does have sympathy for Proctor, which I do not. And then Laura responds and goes, they might think differently now after the latest filing. And the source says, yeah, he's definitely changed his defense of Proctor from the beginning to now. Before, he was adamant that Karen was guilty and Proctor did no wrong. Now he has very little to say about Proctor's conduct. Tell Aidan all of us appreciate what he has done and is doing for civil rights. I place him at the top of that moment in American history. Well, thank you very much. So again, unconfirmed, but sources are saying he's doing the rehab thing to try to get out of this. He might be in Florida. I don't know. But to me, that would make sense. I would go to Florida. Dude, what's he going to do? What's he going to do, that guy? He's going to lose everything. His wife stuck by him because it's her goal in life to be married to a cop. Anybody who has ever said the word, we are part of a blue family, which she has before, if a woman says that, it's because she loves being married to a cop, loves it because of the status it gives her. She doesn't have to put her life on the line because she gets to brag about how her husband does, and she gets to, she's cool. I'm in a blue family, and she has the blue thin line on her car. And when she gets pulled over, she doesn't get ticketed because her husband's a cop and all that stuff. And she gets to hang out with other cop wives and blah, 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 blah. And you're all getting cheated on, but that's different. Right. So, her dad is an FBI agent, Elizabeth Siracusa. Her brother is a detective for the Belmont Police Department who has investigated Towel News, I believe. There's been some phone calls to that house before, but because of Wendy Murphy, though. Wendy Murphy called. There was a dollhouse. It was a long story. Anyway, back to this. So Elizabeth, that would make sense if she wants nothing to do with him anymore. It would make sense if he was doing the whole mental health thing. I mean, if you were him, wouldn't you? I would be. I mean, at the end of it, he's a piece of shit, and you'll never see me defending him, and I hope he's suffering. But he is a human being, and that's going to, there's no way that doesn't fuck. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but he's human, and naturally, if this happens to you, that's going to fuck with your head. Right? And I'm glad it's fucking with his head. He deserves to have this fucking with his head. He's a horrible, horrible person. And I hope he is in mental hell right now. I hope every day for the rest of Michael Proctor's miserable existence. And I wish this on his wife too, not just him, to be very clear, because she married him and she stood by him and she knows exactly who Michael Proctor is. And she's only getting out of it now because she can't say she's married to a cop anymore. So he's no use to her. So she can go F herself as far as I'm concerned. But God, I hope he's in mental health. This mofo Because you know why? Because that's what he wanted from me. Because he is a driving force behind my charges. And if I'm not charged, then there's no bail. And I don't get my bail revoked. And he wants to take me away from my kids. So you know what? I hope anybody that does that, I hope his life is horrible. I hope every day he wakes up with thoughts of wanting to off himself, but that he's too much of a pussy to do it. That's what I want. Because to me, suicide's the easy way out. I want him to live with every day wishing he was dead, but not actually going forward with it. That's what I want for him. Because to me, schmuicide is the easy way out. And so I want him to just wake up every day. And I want, for a lot of us, our nightmares begin when we go to sleep. I want his nightmares to begin when he wakes up. That's what I want for Michael Proctor. I want every day for him to wake up and for it to just fucking hurt. For it to hurt. I want him to hate himself. I want him to hate his life. I want him to cry himself to sleep. I want him to be separated from his children because that will hurt more than anything. I want him to hurt. That's what I want for him. Hurt. Because he hurt a lot of people. He hurt my family. And God knows he hurt Karen Reed's family. He is the reason. And somebody's like, widow, stop? No. Full steam ahead. Go fuck yourself. Full steam ahead. I will not stop. I will hit the accelerator with this. I want Michael Proctor to hurt every single moment of every waking day. I want him to be in mental hell. I'm glad he's only my age. I'm glad he's 44. I'm glad he's got 40 years more to live. And I hope every single one of those days hurts. And I know you're watching, Proctor, and you're not a fucking witness anymore. You can't hide behind that bullshit witness intimidation statute because nobody's going to listen anymore. Now you're just a fucking civilian loser. That's what you are, a civilian loser, and everybody hates you. Everybody hates you. You thought that so no, I will not stop. You stop. You shut up. I will continue because you didn't go through what I went through. All right. You didn't go to jail for 60 days. You weren't taken away from your kids and your family. There will be no amnesty. I don't know what made people think there would be amnesty when this would be over. We've been saying since day one, no amnesty. When this is over and we were proven right, which we were, there will be no prisoners. Okay. There will be no pardons. Okay. There will only be punishment. There will only be karma. And that's it. And that includes Elizabeth Proctor too. She doesn't get to just walk away from this. She doesn't just get to say, well, now that everybody knows what a scumbag my husband is, I'm out. Actually, I'm out. No. That's you. You partnered up with him. You defended him, Elizabeth Proctor. You go down with the ship too. You don't get to walk away from this, scumbag. Anyway, because the only reason she didn't, let's be clear. There's no way if this guy's saying this shit to Sean Goode, the N-word and stuff, anybody who's married knows that if you're comfortable using this sort of language with your buddies, you're saying it around your wife. And Carolina just tied the goddamn game down 4-0. Holy shite. Are you kidding me? I can't wait to watch the highlights afterwards. That's amazing. Holy shite. Anyway, but you don't get to just walk away from this. And there is no way that in the comfort of their own homes that the two of them were not talking shit about black people. And there's no way that she was uncomfortable with it. There's no way. There's no way. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I feel horrible for his kids. That's why I said that I wanted to adopt them and teach them to throw a spiral football. And that made Proctor really mad. And he sent a text message to Michael Morrissey and Yuri Buchanan and Brian Tully saying, why aren't we just arresting him? Because he wants to adopt my kid and we should arrest him because that makes me mad. So I hope he's in pain. I hope every day he deserves it, Mikey. You loser. You fucking loser. And you're the first to go down. There's going to be, and if I'm him, the fuck you hiding these secrets for, mofo? What are you hiding? Like, why? Like, what are you gaining right now by not coming forward and telling the world what you've done? Talk about the Sallyport, bro. Talk about who was standing next to you. Blame it on Berkowitz. Blame it on the fucking dead guy. That's what I would do if I was him. Because these people, ain't no one else unemployed, motherfucker. Ain't no one else checking into rehab. It's just you and Good too now too. You brought Good down with you. That guy just wanted to be a little racist in messages. The only reason he's got his name through the mud isn't because they took his phone. It's because they took your phone. So you brought Good down with you. Good job with that. But if I were him, I would just come forward and be like, you know what? That was Berkowitz on the Sallyport vision. That was him. He did it. He did it. He did it. He did it for his boy Higgy. He did it. That's how the taillight got there. It was we all know it was Berkowitz. It was Berkowitz. Just do it. You know what I mean? Tell the truth. Ken Berkowitz, he's the Sallyport garage ghost. He's the guy that we saw standing next to Michael Proctor, fiddling around with the taillight at 5:37 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. And then 20 seconds later, it skips, and we see the Sallyport garage ghost disappears. It was fucking Berkowitz. We know it. It's Berkowitz. Why not just tell the truth? He's dead. He can't get in trouble, right? We know that taillight wasn't there. You know that taillight wasn't there. Nicholas Barros knows that taillight wasn't there. The world knows the taillight did not look like that at Karen Reed's house in Dighton. It didn't look that way. The way it was later on, which means you guys did that. And you weren't the only one in the back of there, okay? So the Sallyport garage ghost was there too. Tell us who the ghost was, okay? We saw them, and then we didn't see them. Where'd they go? And we saw Kelly Deaver said, and she's going to be deposed to, that there was Ken Berkowitz and Brian Higgins in the Sallyport garage alone with the vehicle for a wildly long period of time. Why did she say that? Why did she tell the feds that? Wildly long. And that was not a false memory. She saw it. We all know she saw it. What were they doing in the Sallyport garage for a wildly long period of time? You tell me. Those guys did it. Berkey and Higgins made sure that taillight got to 34 Fairview Road. They made sure that and honestly, I believe that Ken Berkowitz thought Karen Reed did it at the time. Brian Higgins didn't believe that. But there is a world in which Ken Berkowitz thought that and Michael Proctor for that matter, there is a world in which at 5:37 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, that Michael Proctor and Ken Berkowitz believed that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. And that they were like, you know what? She did it. We have to strengthen the case against her. Let's plan a little bit of taillight. That's what they did with OJ, with the glove. Everybody knows OJ did it. So let's plant a glove, okay? Just plant a glove. Because whatever, he fucking did it anyway, right? So let's just make this case a little bit stronger. And so I believe that many of these cops at the time thought Karen Reed did it. And that's why they didn't have a problem with planting evidence, because they probably do it all the time, okay? It just make it, because they've probably seen scumbags walk away, right? They've probably seen scumbags who they know are guilty get away with the crime because the evidence isn't strong enough. And that's what they thought Karen Reed was, a cop killer. But we need to strengthen the case against her. Obviously, she did it. That's what they're thinking. She's out here thinking she was drunk. It's really simple. She's drunk. He was found in the place where she was last seen. She fucking did it, right? She did it. She got a cracked taillight. She did it. Jen McCabe is a witness. She's claiming that she's making statements that she might have done it. She did it, right? So why not but the case wasn't strong enough without taillight. She could have walked without taillight. They had to get taillight there, period. They know that because they believe she did it. Higgins knew she didn't do it, obviously, for obvious reasons. Higgins knew she didn't do it. But they might not have known. So, like, people how could all these cops be part of a conspiracy? It's not. It's just Higgins. It's Higgins and Brian Albert using their resources, using their connections, taking advantage of the fact that these people aren't afraid to cut a little corners, sprinkle a little taillight there, whatever, okay? But it's time to come clean. It's enough. Enough of this shit, bro. We all know the jig is up. Michael Proctor, you got fucked. You got thrown under the bus. You're fucked. Why are you still lying, son? What you lying for? Time to tell the truth. You couldn't indict me for saying that. It's time to tell the fucking truth. Enough of this shit. Do it for John O'Keefe. There's no redemption for Michael Proctor. There will never be full redemption for Michael Proctor. But you can make a little bit of progress on that by telling the fucking truth. Let's go. Anyway, back to this. So that's not good. He's saying let black people die. That's not good. My new VP is a giant malignant. See you next Tuesday. I pray to the heavens that this one is just insane. I pray to the heavens that some effed up insect from the Amazon crawls up her vajayjay, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. Do you know how long you have to think about that for? That is the most specific way I've ever heard for someone to die ever. An insect from the Amazon, so not just like a regular tick or something that you find in your backyard. No, from the Amazon, so we're going to import it. Okay? Crawls up there into the snatch, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. I couldn't come up with something like that. That's deranged. That's like sadistic. Yikes. Yeah, he should write a book. That's probably the best thing he could do. A book where he tells all. Biggest, see you next Tuesday. Slut. Okay. And this one. I can't even about referring to his then girlfriend's two-hole. I don't even know if we could say the word that begins with A. The two-hole. Okay. Yeah. I can't even get effing near that thing. So he's telling Goode about his girlfriend at the time. And he's like, bro, I'm just trying to get in there. Trying to get to that two-hole. Trying hard. Okay. Then he goes, I make every possible, I assume, effort. Okay. I wait till she's asleep and try to get at it. Waits till she's asleep. But how is he going to get her asleep? I try every effort possible. I try to get her hammered. I can't get anywhere near it. Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld did that to a woman once. Drugged her. Tried to get her to pass out. Why? wanted to play with her toys. She had a cool toy collection he wanted to play with. And he invited George Costanza over, and they both wanted to play with the toys. They gave her lots of turkey and with tryptophan, and she fell asleep. But that was to play with toys, not her two-hole. So he's literally talking about drugging his girlfriend so that he can violate her sexually without her knowing it in her sleep, because that will bring him sexual gratification. And the fact that she's not letting him do that is pissing him off. It's not cool. Okay. Aside from the fact that this is rape and this is just insane and horrific and all that stuff. And if this is Liz Proctor he's talking about, that's even crazier. But, no pun intended, but with one T. But to me, the even more bizarre part about this one is that he's talking to Sean Goode about it, right? Like me, I talked to my guy friends about sex, obviously. At least I used to. I don't really much anymore. But like when I was in my 20s, you'd always talk about that, right? Like, oh, did you hook up with her? Mm-hmm. Or like, tried, got stopped at third base, whatever. You talk to your guy friends about that shit, right? Everybody does. Talks to their friends about that stuff. But, no pun intended, I don't need to know all the details, you know? You tell me you hooked up with a chick, that's sufficient. That's it. That's where me and my friends stopped the conversation. Did you smash? Yeah. Oh, yep. You hooked up with her? Yep. Cool. I don't need to know the details about like what positions. Did you do anal? Yeah, like, and you know, and Glarus in the chat, he says anything beyond that is gay. You know why that's gay? Because I have to hear about your dick. I don't want to think about your dick as my friend. I don't need to think about that. Just keep it brief. I don't want to get a visual of you like that because you're my friend. And that's weird. I don't want to watch you have sex. I don't want to think about you have sex. You know what I mean? Not with my guy friends. Did I freeze again? Am I frozen again? Am I fucking frozen? Okay. People are like, but porn shows dicks. Yes, it does. But it's not my friend's dick, is it? It's a stranger's dick. So I don't mind that as much. And when you watch, I was frozen. Okay. I froze at the most horrible part. Okay. So, I don't like when you watch porn as a male, you are watching another man's penis, right? But I don't need, that's it. Yeah, of course you are, right? But it doesn't, it's just a dick. I don't really care who it's attached to. I don't even need to see the guy's face. Often I don't, right? It's not about that. It's about what the girl is doing to it. That's what it's about, right? So I'd rather watch that because I don't know that guy. It'd be weird if that was my friend, you know? I'd be like, yeah, like I don't know if I could watch my friends have sex, you know? I certainly couldn't get off to it. I'd be like, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, like all my friends would do that. Like, obviously this shit's been leaked about me. I don't think any of my friends have watched it. That'd be freaking weird if they did. Weird. It's weird. Like the koala, that guy is the weirdest dude. Because ask Flipperhead, like when the emails that have leaked. Flipperhead got sent a sex video from a Proton email account. I think we all know who they sent that. Okay. From a Proton email account showing an old video of me and Gatuni. Okay. And he gave me a heads up about it. He's like, somebody sent this to me. I thought you should know. Am I fucking frozen again? Like, did I fucking freeze again in the middle of the sex talk? Anyway, he got sent this video, and there are screenshots of messages with the koala asking him, hey, can you send me that video? He's like, no, I'm not sending you a revenge porn video that I did not ask to be sent to me from a Proton email account, which is clearly revenge. And I'm not forwarding that to you, pal. He's like, bro, just come on. He must have asked him for that like a million times. That dude is the gayest person on the internet. Chris Mahler from Australia, Mauler. His son, Connor Mahler, is a complete degenerate fucking loser, Aussie loser, fucking loser, and gay. That koala guy, Chris Mahler, is the gayest person on the internet. He wanted to see my dick so badly. And he probably shouldn't have wanted to see it because he would look at it and be like, fuck, it's bigger than mine. And that there's nothing that would eat you up inside more as a man. And I guarantee you it's bigger. I fucking guarantee you it's bigger. Significantly. Like at least 20% bigger. Right? Pound for pound, not even close. Like every metric possible, it's bigger. Length, width, girth, all that shit. Okay? And it's, why would he want to see that? Why would he want to do that to himself? It was so weird how he wanted to see that. So weird. I fucking hate that guy. He's the biggest fucking loser. And now everybody knows what a loser he is. And we go back to the recording gate thing. And like that guy was leading it. And I hope you all feel fucking stupid. I hope you all feel fucking stupid because that dude's gay as shit. Gay. Anyway, as I was saying, I mean, they don't call it the Intimidated for nothing, pal. All right, so relax. I know you want to see it, but it was really weird. And it's really weird how Proctor is telling Sean Goode, yeah, bro, I really want to touch it. Like, I really want to play with my girlfriend's thingy. Okay, pal. Okay, we don't need to hear that. All right. That's what any of my friends would say. But the fact that, like, Goode is comfortable with that, they're all weird. Then there's this one. I went to Canton. This is the one I talked about that disturbed me the most. I went to Canton High School this morning to get a transcript, and I saw more N-words. Children. In 10 minutes than 4 years I spent there combined. Everywhere I looked, there were monkeys running around. I want to ask the woman in the guidance office, where are all the white kids? Where the F did all these piglets come from? Nice. Real nice. He's bothered by that. Black children bother him. Eat a black D. Okay. Says good. That lady was an absolute C-word, rag, N-word who had it in for me for some reason. Cunt. Oh, my God. And that's about a Boston cop, as it turns out. That's a Boston cop. So it's going to overtime, the Hurricanes game. Keep me posted, folks. Keep me posted on that one. I cannot believe they scored 4 goals in the third period. I cannot believe that. That's insane. All right. Anyway, back to this. I know stupid, ugly G word. Sean Goode says, unfortunately, I know Randolph all too well. The place is a complete S-hole filled with N-words. No good N-words. Real nice. She's a Jew, so she definitely puts out. Okay. Deport their asses. Again, that's fine. You can want to deport people. That's not racist. I don't care if they're here legally. You should, or what their excuse was. Effing deport these sand N-words. Okay. Chinktard says Sean Goode. He really doesn't like the Asians and the Jews. Proctor, mostly the blacks. Jew effer, says Sean Goode. Detroit should be destroyed. Along with places like Flint, Michigan, they are breeding grounds for N-words to run wild. Awesome. It should be punch a N-word day in Canton today out of retribution. Any shine you see, blast it in the face. Nice. Nice. All G words have shrubs between their legs. And how about this one? America sucks. Of course, Michael Proctor hates America. Hitler was really onto something. What was he onto? What was Hitler really onto, Proctor? Was it the infrastructure? Was it the Autobahn? Was it the roads? Was it the potholes? Was he good at filling potholes? What was he onto? Can you be specific, sir? Then effing US had to step in and ruin it. Yeah. Stupid United States with their democracy and freedom. It's the worst. Isn't it the worst? It's the worst. About Mayor Wu. She is a little C word. Mayor Wu was elected in what year? Again, I hate Mayor Wu. I don't disagree with that one. I don't have a problem with that one. But what year was she elected? Because that means this one has to be somewhat recent because she hasn't been around that long. Has she? I don't think she's been around that long. Like 2020? I don't even remember. New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft is a terrible C-U-N-T-Y Jew. Is he? Because you could be a lot worse. You could be a Raiders fan and deal with that family. Chucky there. You could have dealt with, there's a lot of bad ownership in the NFL. Patriots are not amongst them, sir. Patriots are not amongst them. Anne Frank is a lying C-U-N-T. How is Anne Frank catching strays in this thing? Leave Anne Frank alone. The world hide and go seek champion. Stop it. Jesus Christ. Jesus, every girl will want a brain tumor, multiple sclerosis, colitis. If you can look at that in yoga pants after killing your boyfriend. That's what Sean Goode said. You know, Sean Goode and the Canton police that were involved in this are just, I had hope for them because I'm like, they're not state police. And to me, I would be like pissed if I was the Canton police because they searched the scene at 7:00 when it was still their investigation and didn't find any taillight. And then the state police come along and they find taillight. So doesn't that mean the Canton police are retarded? To me, that was always the most insulting part about them finding taillight is it meant the Canton police were retarded. And no one should take more offense to that than Lieutenant Gallagher because he's the one that searched it. Right? And none of these people found taillight. Aren't you insulted by that? And they had the chance to do the right thing. They knew something wasn't right about this, and they all just went along with it. So they can burn. I had hope for them, but there was no hope. There was no hope for any of them. What else did they say? I want to read the... He said he had no idea how he passed the background. That was a good one. I need some more quotes. The part about planting cocaine was wild too. Whack job, retarded. Yeah, we already heard all those from the first one. On February of 2013, he wrote to his friends, "Hey, dickheads, I just wanted to give you two a heads up that you might get a call from a state trooper named Scott Cooper who's doing my background check. Don't know how far back they are going to go with this stuff, but didn't want to have this guy catch you off guard. No problem. What are we supposed to say? Last time the BPD lady was grilling me for exact dates as to how long you lived in Brighton, how we paid rent, to who, etc. Anything we should be aware of. This is the quote. So he's talking about a Boston cop when he said that lady was an absolute C-word, N-word. C-word, rag, N-word. Who had it in for bear. He refers to himself in the third person as bear. Had it in for bear. This brings me, was the Seinfeld episode? Who was the guy that always referred to himself in the third person? That thought he could Jimmy. Jimmy's getting upset. Bear's getting upset. She had it in for bear. Everything's a Seinfeld reference with me, but it seems applicable here. Yeah. What else did he say? If that person is black, they'll make him the next colonel of the state police. Okay. Discussing a partner not wanting to be finished on. Again, I love how they read this out loud on the news. That's when you whack off on her when she's asleep. Then tell her one way or other, you will spray a rope on her. They actually put that on the news, not knowing what spray a rope means. Bro, it's like a rope. You know how it just... See, when it shoots out, it's not like the movies. It's not like droplets, okay? It's like a rope. It's like a rope when it comes out. Like it comes out, both COMES and CUMS. It comes out like a rope, like a sticky rope. And then it kind of like from there, it kind of goes all over the place, but it comes out in rope form. So that's what he's talking about, sir, in case you're unfamiliar with that. So good job, mainstream media, putting that on there. I pray to heaven. Yeah, there's the one about malignant, CUNT. Let's see what else he says. That will turn into me jacking off on her as she sleeps. He's just so into that. I can't get near that thing. Yeah, we read that one already. It's not cool. Thick pigs. Okay. What's wrong with thick pigs? A roofie or something. She will pass out at 9 and I will stay up to midnight drinking and watching movies. I could swoop in for the kill when she's asleep. Nice. Pigs I have stuffed. I don't think he's going to be stuffing a lot of pigs. Again, Elizabeth Proctor knew who she was married to. Let's never forget this. Let's never forget who Elizabeth Proctor is. Okay? As a matter of fact, let's bring up some old Liz Proctor hits. Because I hate Liz Proctor. TB Daily News. And I don't want her to be any sort of victim in this. You know? TB Daily News. Liz Proctor. Okay. Because you know they're going to try to paint Elizabeth Proctor as like some sort of victim here. And that's going to piss me off. Because she's not. She's just as guilty as he is. She enabled this pig. Stop sharing that. Okay. She doesn't get to play dumb now. All right, here we go. So let's not forget this one. See, here's one. This is on July 2nd. After the first trial ends in a mistrial, Kathy Curran goes to their house, and some would say witness intimidates them.
We have our team in place tonight at 6, but let's begin with NBC 10 investigator Kathy Curran. Kathy, you just spoke exclusively with one of the central figures in this case, State Police Trooper Michael Proctor. We all know his name, and it sounds like he wasn't thrilled to see you.
Well, Glenn, you know, there's a lot of pressure on the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor. We heard the disturbing texts about Karen Reed that he sent to friends, family members, and coworkers. There's an internal investigation by state police, and we know there's an ongoing federal investigation into how this case was handled. Proctor was at his home in Canton this afternoon when the Karen Reed case ended in a mistrial. We caught up with him just a few moments ago to ask him his thoughts on the outcome of the case.
Trooper Proctor, Kathy Curran from NBC 10. We'd like to ask you some questions. Do you think your actions impacted the outcome of the trial?
Get off of our lawn.
I'm not on your lawn. I'm on the street. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
I fully support my husband. Karen Reed is a murderer.
I fully support my husband. Karen Reed is a murderer. That's defamation, by the way. Karen Reed's not a murderer. She didn't kill anyone. She doesn't deserve to be called a murderer. And you should be sued for that, because I'm being sued for saying that other people are murderers, even though I have a lot more to back up what I have to say than you do. And I didn't have to plant evidence in order for that to happen. This was called witness intimidation when I did it, by the way.
You support your husband?
And you heard it there. His wife fully supports him and called Karen Reed.
She fully supports her husband. She wrote a whole letter here to the state legislature in 2020 about how we need witness. We need like, what'd you say? How we need like qualified immunity for police, like her husband. They shouldn't be allowed to be sued in their personal capacity. Bullshit. Was this the interview? Elizabeth Proctor and Courtney Proctor speak up again. This is in March of 2025 in defense of Michael Proctor, and they claim Karen Reed is guilty despite a gag order. This is a post that Elizabeth Proctor made on Instagram in March of 2025. Throughout this year, we have seen the worst of our society through social media, but now it has crossed from vile messages on the internet into our physical lives. We have seen the worst of our society through social media. You know what the worst of our society is? Your husband. That's the worst of our society. Your husband. Michael Proctor is the worst of society. There is knowing intent to try and harm and intimidate us. No, there's not. People drive by our home regularly, take photos, and send them to us to try to scare us that we're being watched. No, never happened. No one sent you any photographs telling you you're being watched. Nope. Photos of our children have been sent to us and our friends. Letters that say they hope our children get a cancer diagnosis. Let's see it. Let's see it. Because I don't see that in the discovery in my case. Because it would be karma for what horrible parents we are. We have been told to kill ourselves, to take a bullet to the. No, don't. I don't want you to kill yourselves. That's the easy way out. Fuck all that. Take a bullet to the roof of our mouths, that this world would be better without us and that our children deserve better. Well, they definitely deserve better. No doubt about that. Voicemail saying people are going to come and take our kids away from us. Yeah. It's called DSS. And I hope they do. And the sad thing is that this behavior has been considered okay, even by people we thought we trusted. The harassment is daily, and I can never fully put into words the toll it's taken on us and all the other families involved. None of this is okay. And I look forward to the day this behavior is put to an end. I couldn't be prouder of Mike. She wrote this in March of 2025. I couldn't be prouder of Mike. She didn't have to do this. She didn't have to say anything. She kept going out of her way to defend this scumbag. She doesn't get a pass. Elizabeth Proctor does not get a pass. Yeah, they got 2 kids, 2 boys. And this is their male role model. And they don't get a pass. They don't get to play dumb and be like, oh man, we had no idea. This is so. No. The only reason she's divorcing him is because she's no longer married to a cop. So he's useless to her. I couldn't be prouder of Mike. The past 14 months has been stranger than fiction. I could never have imagined what our family would go through as a law enforcement family. I hate when they say that. Because they think, oh, as an LE family, there's no LE. There was one person. He was the law enforcement. You aren't. You're just the person who was sleeping with somebody who was in law enforcement. That's it. Nothing special about you. You expect some difficult days because of the nature of the work, especially in the homicide unit. The danger of the work, the homicide unit's not dangerous. The people, you know who has a dangerous job? Nicholas O'Malley from the Boston Police Department. He's a beat cop walking the streets of Roxbury, dangerous neighborhoods, high crime areas. That's a dangerous job. Michael Proctor came in after the murder was over. It's probably the safest job was being on the homicide unit because you come in after the murder. You investigate the murder after it's already done. There might be no safer job in law enforcement than detective in a homicide unit because you're there after the murder. Remember this bullshit. The inherent risks of the job, long hours, seeing horrific crime scenes, and sometimes having to hand deliver the worst news to families. Yeah, I don't think he had to do that. It is what police officers sign up for when they enter the profession, and by extension, their families too. See, she's taking all the credit for it. These women that marry cops like this and just love to be like, we're an LA family. Bitch, you ain't nothing. You're the woman sleeping with a law enforcement official. That's it. You ain't special because of that. You ain't dealing with this same shit. You're not seeing the dead bodies. That ain't you. So you're banging a guy who is. That ain't you. It's what police officers sign up for, and by extension, their families too. But being labeled corrupt, a criminal, a cop killer, bullied, slander, harassed, and threats to our family on a regular basis was never something on our radar of things we would need to worry about. Well, then maybe your husband shouldn't have been a corrupt cop. Being a corrupt cop is a choice. The case has revealed the toxicity of social media and the threat to justice by narrow-minded bloggers. Who's that? And their cult. Who's that? Their cult following. See, if you call like Cryford and them are out there calling me a cult leader and shit, congratulations. You have adopted the language of Elizabeth Proctor and people of her ilk. You're no different from them. None. Sadly, the death of a Boston police officer has become their entertainment, weaving and twisting facts. She meant facts, F-A-C-T-S, into a fictional story that is much more attention-grabbing and tantalizing than it really is. A drunk driver hit-and-run case. Yeah, right. To the blogger followers, we are just characters in their story. There is a suspension of reality like it's a video game, which empowers them to do and say anything they want. I must believe they suffer from the delusionment of, because I cannot imagine rational people believe in what they're doing and saying is okay to so many innocent families. You're not innocent. You're not innocent. Yeah. Yeah. Our children. Look at all the times she mentions children. Children, 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 and semen and doxing. Oh my. Okay, cool. Yeah. Here's Courtney Proctor on July 2nd. Thank you and perfectly said. I'm Mike's sister and appreciate everyone who voices their support of him right now. Please continue to spread the word because the true crime in all of this is what Karen did. And then what she and her defense team did to involve the AG's office. You mean the U.S. Attorney's office? Who 100% abused their power to access my brother's cloud. That's the real conspiracy. Yeah, he's a real victim. You still feel that way, Courtney? You're out here telling Karen Reed she should kill herself and soliciting bribes with Julie Albert. Oh, there you are with Colin. Colin was in the house. Look how fat your stupid family is. You and your fat family. Look at Bear. Look at Bear. A well-fed bear, isn't he? Isn't he? He didn't come right out of hibernation. You and your fat tuba-playing family. Look at them. Just look at the Proctors as kids. Look at them. Those are nerds, ladies and gentlemen. Those are what nerds look like. Look at those shorts. Look at the color of those shorts. Look at Courtney Proctor's fupa. Look at it. Like I said before, I don't know this is a fact, but if Courtney Proctor, I don't know what instrument she would play in the band if she was in the band, but it's in the brass family. Okay? She's not playing a woodwind instrument. That person right there, whether it's a tuba, a sousaphone, a French horn, a trumpet, whatever it is, whatever instrument she is playing, it's in the brass family. Maybe the trombone. I don't know. Okay. But just look at the Proctor children. This is like what? He's like what? 12 there? 14, 12 and 14. Look at them. Those are losers. Michael Proctor they're naturally fat. You know what I mean? Like Mike Proctor is naturally fat. It's just in their DNA, but he became a cop. If he wasn't a cop, Elizabeth Proctor's not a bad looking chick. He wouldn't be able to get her if he wasn't a cop. That's a fact. She would never want to fuck him if he wasn't a cop. She just wants to fuck a cop. She wants to be married to a cop. If she gets remarried, he will be a cop. I will guarantee you he will be a cop. And she probably played the tuba. I'm just saying. Facts are facts, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So, couldn't be prouder of Mike. Okay. Now, what else we got on Elizabeth Proctor here? Oh, we got to watch this WCVB interview. Never forget what they did. Oh, God, I hate her. I hate Courtney Proctor so much. Look at this. By the way, look at this. Look at this ratio. When WCVB shared this link on Facebook of her crying, 1.1 thousand laughing emojis, 42 likes. I've never seen a ratio like that ever. Now let's watch it.
More than 3 years after Trooper Michael Proctor got a call to investigate a body in the snow, his wife Elizabeth and his sister Courtney say they had no idea how much their lives and their families' lives would change, including for their young children.
But that's sort of what breaks me, is when I see them playing and so happy, and I'm like, God, they have no idea.
Yeah, they have no idea. I know, and I feel that because they're so innocent. Totally agree. And you look at them, and I get that. When you look at, sometimes I look at my own kids, and I think that, man, my kids have no idea what I'm dealing with. None. They have no idea. But I didn't actually do anything bad. I did nothing except try to help an innocent woman clear her name. That's all I did. Try to expose some corruption, call out scumbags. That's all I did. But when she looks at her kids, she thinks, God, they have no idea. Yeah, they have no idea what a scumbag their father is and their mother. Because she's a scumbag too. She was married to this piece of shit. They're all scumbags. So is his stupid sister. And so is his stupid piece of shit mother. It all starts with the mom. You don't become someone like Michael Proctor if you're raised by decent people. Corey Richards' mother's a scumbag. That is a theme we see with a lot of these people. Their parents are all scumbags. Chris Watt's parents are scumbags. They're all scumbags. They're all enabling scumbags. And she is an enabling scumbag.
But their parents' world is crumbling.
Karen Reed's defense has accused Proctor of trying to frame her for the death of John O'Keefe, including by planting pieces of her SUV taillight at the scene.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael Proctor might have framed Karen Reed?
No doubt whatsoever in our mind. No doubt whatsoever.
Wait, there's no doubt whatsoever that he framed?
And the evidence shows that. The investigations show that.
Well, thank you.
During Reed's first trial, Proctor did admit to writing insulting text
Mackenzie
messages
Shirella?
about her,
Yeah.
including that he hoped she would kill herself.
Because the evidence pointed to this woman killing a fellow Boston police officer. So he was angry. He was upset by that. So I understand the need that he had to vent to friends.
Oh, just venting to friends. She understands the need. When the first round of text messages came out and he was talking about Fall River ass, no ass, Fall River accent, no ass. That's just venting to friends. Why? Because he's angry. He's so upset about John O'Keefe. Remember they fed us that narrative. He was just so upset, guys. This particular one, he does murders all the time, but this one just upset him so much. And he said to vent about how she had no ass. So the question is now, was he venting was he really mad about a murder? when he texted how he wanted you to pass out so he could play with your glory hole? Was he just venting to friends? Was he what murder was he upset about on that day? Elizabeth Proctor, on the day that he talked about shooting a rope on you when you were sleeping, or maybe another girlfriend, I don't know. When he was talking about shooting ropes of cum onto you while after he drugged you and you fell asleep and he played with your glory hole and then shot ropes on you. What murder was he upset about on that day? Because we know that when Chip, when good old Chip or Bear, whatever he's going by these days, whenever Chip gets, assigned to a murder, he gets real emotional about it and he starts texting nasty shit. But it's only because he's emotional because of the murder. So when he was talking about drugging you, playing with your glory hole and shooting ropes on you, what murder was he upset about that day? Can you tell me that one? Can you tell me that one?
Whether it was appropriate or not.
Elizabeth and Courtney Proctor say those messages do not justify the harassment they say they've received from Reed's supporters, including rocks thrown in their yards and anonymous voicemails like this.
I'm going to be your kid's new mommy, and I'm taking your kids and I'm taking your dogs.
A blogger named Aidan, who goes by the name Turtleboy, has been charged with witness intimidation in this case, but the Proctors say he's not the only one responsible.
It seems like Karen Reed and Aidan have been conspiring and colluding.
A grand jury rejected that. We're not conspiring shit. She doesn't even like me. What are you talking about? We're conspiring. Conspiring to what? Tell the truth? Get the facts out there about what a scumbag Michael Proctor is? Is that a crime?
Now, prosecutors have said that Kearney and Reed have been communicating, but at this point, she is not charged with witness intimidation. Recently, the prosecutors confirmed that a federal investigation into potential misconduct connected to the Reed case concluded without charging Proctor or anyone else. His family say that the feds checked.
First of all, and everything, shout out to my stylist, because I mean, every time I see myself on the news at court with like a suit on, I mean, I'm a little biased. I look good. I don't think that's like, I look much better than them. I have a nice head of hair. Always look freshly dressed. Always have a nice combo of the suit, the shirt, the tie. Always looking confident. Never looking fat like Proctor. Like they all look bad when they take the stand. They look retarded and whatever. I mean, every time I see myself on TV, I'm like, not bad. Not bad. A lot of people are like, I don't like how I look on TV. I like how I look on TV. So there you go. They can't say that. So there you go. Court for me are just that's just dress up days. That's just dress up days. That's all those are. Now's a day where I get to look dapper on television. That's all court days are to me. Dress up days. I don't worry about going to court. I like going to court because I get to get dressed up and go on TV. So there you go. What do you think of that? No hair plugs either. No BLT hair, like real hair. Real hair. So there you go. Okay. Also, let's watch the Karen Reed interview from Good Morning, whatever. Hold on. Let me pull this up first. The Today Show, right? Because this was a disgrace. And by the way, I'm going to be reading some turtle chat soon. Unlike the people who rudely interrupt the Glare show with their $4.99 super chats and just interrupt his great rants, we wait for the end here. Okay. Where'd it go? Okay. Is this the whole interview? Yeah, it is. Okay.
With Karen Reed and her attorneys in just a moment. But first, a closer look at this new lawsuit and a warning. Some of the language you are about to serve in that.
All right. So here's my quick little Reader's Digest thoughts on this interview, which I shared on my stream the other day. I thought it got progressively better as it went along. I thought Karen's answers got progressively better. I thought the questions got progressively better. I thought it was bullshit. And I think that Karen Reed's team needs to stop giving interviews to mainstream media outlets because they don't deserve it. They haven't earned it. And that's not saying that she should give it to me. Fuck me. Okay. The mainstream media is the enemy of the American people. And it's certainly the enemy of Karen Reed. All these people have done for years is lie on her and say, and tell us that there is ring camera video of her running someone over. Okay. All these people did is lie about her. None of these people told the truth. David Yannetti came on my show and he said that he tried to run this up the flagpole to some reporter and that they told him, nah, we're all set. We don't want to report on that story. That story's dead. And so it's time to stop giving these people exclusive access to you. Because I know that you want to go on here and you want to tell the world what a scumbag they are. And this is the day after these bombshell texts come out. These outrageous texts. And they don't even talk about it. They're not even interested in that. They ask you stupid questions. And if you're going to go on there, then they need to play by your rules. They need to play by your rules. And I got nothing but love for Karen Reed because of everything that she's gone through. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We have we had a close relationship there for a bit, right? We've been through a lot together and we're both kind of, opinionated and some might call us assholes, right? And we don't always get along. But at the end of the day, I got her back. Okay. And so when I give criticism, it's the same kind of shit I did with Jess earlier. It was the same shit. Constructive. Okay. It's just my opinion on shit. And because I want her to succeed. I do. I really want her to succeed. And I think that objectively speaking, that an unfortunate thing about Karen Reed is that when she talks, either her facial expressions and I think the word usage that she uses comes across, isn't like your everyday man language. Like she's very smart. Okay. She's very smart. But for some people, that's a turnoff. Okay. And that's not fair. That's bullshit. And by the way, she's very smart. But by the way, she looked great. For all the haters out there, they're like, first of all, they did her wrong with the still image. The still image that these assholes are sharing of her. And they're like, oh, they did her wrong with that. Like that wasn't the best lighting, first of all. Okay. She looked great. For 46, she looks great. Considering all that she's been through, she looks great. All right. And so I'm just, that always pissed me off. The way, like, look at her facial expressions. Well, let's see what happens when you get charged with murder you didn't commit. Let's see the kind of facial expressions you make when witness after witness gets up there and lies about you and you're 5 feet away from them. Let's see the faces that you make. Huh? Okay. So now that that's out of the way, let's watch this.
Department. And joining us now is Karen Reed, along with her two attorneys, Alan Jackson and Charles Waters. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Karen, let's start with you because we really haven't heard from you much and seen you really at all since the jury's not guilty verdict. First, just
how can you say she looks bad there? How can you say what looks bad about her? 46. How can you say that looks bad? What are they going to say? She looks very pretty for 46. Does she not? I mean, how are you going to say she looks bad? Have you seen what Krusty painted? Have you seen Krusty's face? Have you seen Jen McCabe at the beach? There's no competition, dude. There's no competition. Have you seen Jill Daniels, who is the same age as her? Anyway, back to this.
Since the jury's not guilty verdict, first, just why file this lawsuit now? You already have one lawsuit in the queue. Why do this now?
This was always our plan, that I had to save my own life first. I can't do anything if I'm not free. And I had to fight for my freedom for years. And I knew as it unfolded, I was never going to be able to just forget that this happened to me, that I was wronged in this way. I couldn't just go back to life as it was.
So the critics will say that a lot of me there. Does she not have a right to say me? Like, this actually happened to her. She was actually framed for murder. Actually, that actually happened. She did not commit a murder. They killed her boyfriend. They blamed her for it, and they dragged her through the mud for years. Okay. Wouldn't you say that did all happen to her? And she's right. She wouldn't be able to do this from a jail cell, right? She had to fight for her life first, etc. So what's she supposed to do?
I have to continue fighting for justice. The acquittal is deserved, but the wrongs have not been completely righted. They've been happening along the way, but I always knew this was going to happen if I could get the help legally to do this.
Let's talk about that for a moment, Alan, because again, as we just saw in the
this guy,
story,
this fucker,
Sergeant Goode's been fired, right. Lieutenant Proctor fired. They're both gone. The departments have said that there was wrongdoing. They've admitted that. From a legal standpoint, what do you precisely want to see happen here that has not already happened?
Well, it's a civil case. So the remedy is
what is that a real question? What do you want to see here that's happened that hasn't already happened? We're suing. What do you think we want?
The law speaks in dollars, but that's not what the ultimate goal is here. The ultimate goal is to ensure that we bring to the light the institutional biases, the institutional corruption that permeates the Massachusetts law enforcement system. That's what this lawsuit's going to do. Ultimately, what Karen wants, you cannot write on a check, which is exposure of the corruption that is the DNA of the Massachusetts State Police, of the Canton Police Department, which is evidenced by these two.
He's afraid to say money, but I think you should say money. Yeah, we want to get paid. We want to be made whole. Yes, we want to like expose this institutional corruption, whatever. All that, totally. Also, we want to get paid. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. They're kind of afraid to say that because they don't want to make it seem like this is a money grab and all that stuff. But yeah, she needs to be made whole. They stole everything from her and she needs to be made whole. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. She deserves that.
Individuals in their text messages, they were in a position where they felt comfortable within their own family, the family of law enforcement, to send these vile text messages, to send these vile voicemails that are reflective of a deeper problem in the culture. That's what we want to expose.
To be clear, we're seeking money.
At the end of the day, that's
this motherfucker. To be clear, like he's acting like there's something wrong with it. To be clear, we're seeking money. Yeah, motherfucker, it's a civil suit. What do you think? What do you think? What do people always want by definition in a civil suit? Money. Money. Yes, we want money. You caused damages to me, so we want compensation for that. Absolutely, we want money. The tone of that question, it's like, first of all, yes, of course we want money. That's by definition. You knew that. Everybody knows that. But to be clear, he's just the way he phrased that question and the way this starts off, it's just like, bro, fuck yourself. And also, you're black, okay? These messages that came out in the last 24 hours are so offensive to the black community. And you're up here being like, well, actually, you want money, so you're the problem. How about the cop who uses the N-word like it's going out of style? How about that's problematic? How about that? Why don't you start with that? Instead, you're like, so you want money? Yeah, we want money. No, we don't want money. What are you talking about? Of course we want money. We're fucking suing. Everyone who sues wants money. Ding dong. Jesus Christ.
That's what the civil law requires. Yeah.
Charles, I want to bring you in here because you guys have always maintained she was framed, right? That's been your entire theory from the beginning here. But what evidence have you actually amassed over the past 4 years now? What evidence do you have to support that claim?
Well, I mean, I think that Alan, during the criminal cases, let the whole world see the evidence that she had. But I think...
Who is this guy? I don't even know who this guy is. And he gave a fine answer, I guess. Put me on there. The tail light. How much time you got? I would just lay it all out there. Overwhelm them. Overwhelm them. Am I this? Like, no. And Alan Jackson's told me many times, we've had private conversations. He's like, you should have been a fucking attorney. Sometimes he's like, sometimes he want to call me up. Like some of my tweets, he's like, that you're fucking get it. One time he called me up when I made a tweet about when they first hired Hank Brennan. I tweeted out that I'm like, my first take on that was, don't we pay someone for this? Like the media should be asking why they are paying someone to do a job that the taxpayers pay a district attorney's office to do already. So why aren't they doing that? Karen was like, Alan wants to talk to you. And I talked to him and he's like, you're saying exactly my fucking thoughts. That's what everyone in the media should be asking right now is why are we paying for this? That should be the first thing everybody says is why aren't we paying for this? So for those of you out there, be like, well, you think you're smarter than the attorneys? Alan Jackson agrees with my takes a lot of the fucking time because often I say what he's thinking. Okay. And what they don't understand is that, like, as you saw with Yannetti on there, when AJ came on here, and this is a hard part for them to suck up, is that those guys have a level of respect for me that they will never have for the Cryfords of the world and the BLTs of the world and all these fake, weak-ass content creators who weren't fucking part of this, who latched onto this. So anyway, when I have criticism of the things that they say, I'm allowed to. You're not. That's why you don't speak out. You're not allowed to have criticism. I am, because we're different. We're not on the same level. We're not on the same level.
First and foremost, you look at the injuries that John O'Keefe suffered, and that to me is the key. Those were injuries from the back of his head. He died from injuries to the back of his head, some ridged lead surface.
But you've had that for a while now, right?
But the question was what evidence is, and you start there. And when you start there and you realize that the medical examiner, for example, testified at the criminal trial that these injuries that he had were inconsistent with the car strike. So you start there, and then you say, what else could have happened? And then you look at the house. And then you look at the people that were in the house, and there are ridged surfaces in the house. There are relationships that John O'Keefe had with people in that house that were difficult relationships. And there's a lot of evidence that we've uncovered and that we're going to still uncover in the civil case.
Karen, let me come back to you for a moment here, because since the two trials, like what has life been like for you? I know.
Okay. All right. So this is the big question right here. What has life been like for you since the two trials?
Lost your house, you lost your car. Are you working right now?
No, I'm not working. I still don't have.
Are you working right now? Imagine having Karen Reed on your show the day after these text messages come out. And your first question is, bitch, you got a job or what? Like, why are you asking that? That's not, like you only have like 10 minutes with her. And you're asking her that? Are you working? What do you care? No, motherfucker. You know why I'm not working right now? Because I don't have a license. And I also don't have a car. And like, I also don't have time because I'm being sued by the same people who framed me for murder. Okay. And so I'm a little consumed with that. I wish I had time. What do you want me to get a job at 7-Eleven? What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, play some more.
My license, and I'm back working on the case. And, we've brought in civil lawyers, but this case is so comprehensive that we need all hands on deck. I mean, I'm working on the case every day, and I don't know that I really ever took time off, and I don't know that I felt like I wanted to take time off. I want this to be over, but it's not done yet.
I want to, because we saw the throngs of supporters who would show up at that courthouse who clearly believed, just as the jurors did. But you have to know that when you walk down the street, there are lots of people who look at Karen Reed and
look at this. Look at the face. Look at the face. There's lots of, when you walk down, you have to know that when you walk down the street, watch again. Listen to this question.
that when you walk down the street, there are lots of people who look at Karen Reed and who think, oh, there's that woman that got away with killing her ex-boyfriend who was a cop. How?
Oh, she's looking at him like, oh, you mother. I would love to know. I would say I'd love to know her internal thoughts. I already know them because I've talked to her a million times. I know what her thoughts are. She fucking hates this guy, as she should. As she fucking should. To ask her that? What do people... Now, disclaimer. I know you're not supposed to... She's got a good answer. She could have said it differently, in my opinion. Just listen to this.
How do you go through life knowing that there are lots of people who, despite what the jury said, still think you did it and you got away with it?
I've not had any evidence that there's lots of people who feel that way. I mean, I have lived more low-key in the last year. I've just struggled to not have the adrenaline that I had during trial. But
she also called him an ex. He wasn't an ex. They were together. They were hugging at the bar, right? They weren't an ex.
No interactions, no matter where I go. The grocery store, a restaurant, Newbury Street in Boston, any hotel or restaurant I eat at. I don't pay for meals. I get discounts everywhere.
And of course, this is that right there. I don't pay for meals. I get discounts everywhere. Again, it's okay to criticize Karen Reed sometimes and say, I would say that differently. But I still got your back 1,000%. I would not be bragging about the free meals because what happened? NBC and all these other media outlets literally ran with that. And that was their fucking headline. That was their headline, was that. They're going to their second overtime. Awesome. Yeah. That was the headline that they ran with, was meals paid for, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That's what you took from it. That's why the media is not your friend. They are your enemy. Stop treating them like they are your friend. Okay? So the correct answer to this, I get the point that she's making. Her bigger point here, and the point she's trying to make, is that the public supports me. There are no detractors. What are you talking about? That's not real life. What are you talking about?
Parents get help taking groceries. I don't have interactions. I have not seen lots. I don't pay for meals, restaurant, Newbury Street interactions, no matter where I go. The grocery store, a restaurant, Newbury Street in Boston.
Newbury Street in Boston. Of all the streets you can pick in Boston, you pick Newbury Street, which again, to them probably means nothing because they're not from Boston. But people who are from Boston knows that's the nicest part of Boston is Newbury Street, right? Like, you're not going through Dorchester. Or like certain parts of, Roxbury or whatever. You're going to Newbury Street, But when she does, we all know the point she's making here. We all get it. Karen Reed did not ask to be framed to murder. She did not ask to have this microphone in her face. This is not what she does naturally. Okay. It's what I do naturally, but it's not what she does naturally. So it's different. Right. And so if I was, if you put me in this position right now and I speak for her and this is what I'm good at. And I would say, I would invite you to take a walk with me sometime through any town in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, through Main Street where regular people are. Go into any bar, go into any restaurant with me. And we will count the number of times that people come up to us and say, I'm sorry you went through that. We have your back. Thank you for fighting corruption. Thank you for being the only person out there looking for John O'Keefe. That happens to me more times than I can count. You know what's never happened? Someone coming up to me and confronted me. That never happens. So I don't know what you're talking about. You seem to misunderstand the pulse of the community. If you think that there's actually a lot of people out there who look at me and think killed my husband, then you don't know anything about public opinion in Massachusetts. And I would urge you, if you'd really like to learn, to come to Massachusetts and walk around with me. And you will see that. You will see just how many people think that I am not guilty, that I did not do this. Period. Boom.
And at any hotel or restaurant I eat at, I don't pay for meals. I get discounts everywhere. My parents get help taking groceries. I don't have interactions. I have not seen lots of people. I haven't seen one. The support isn't relegated to what you saw at the courthouse. It's throughout Massachusetts, and it happens.
So you've
when
never
I
heard
travel.
from one person who?
Not one. Not one. Well, there were.
Have you been on the internet?
This motherfucker really said that. Have you been on the internet? Have you read Julie Carpenter's tweets? This motherfucker just said, source Julie Carpenter. Have you seen Big Red's tweets? Do you watch? You don't subscribe to the Foreskins? You don't subscribe to the Foreskins? Have you seen Jim Altman's tweets lately? Some people think you're guilty on the internet. Do you follow something called Masshole Mafias, ma'am? This dude really went there. This dude really just gave credence to internet trolls. You have, at that point, you walk out. Well, you don't, because you still got to say your good points, but you want to walk out. You want to be like, go fuck yourself, douchebag. But you got to keep your cool. Right? I get that. But you got to be like, dude, you're up. You have an interview with the most infamous, wrongly charged, innocent, framed murder defendant in the world, and you're asking her about what internet trolls think. You got 10 minutes, and that's what you're asking. The day after the most racist text messages possible come out from the lead investigator, and also you're a black guy, and you're asking her about internet trolls, not the racist text messages. Disgraceful.
I mean, have you looked at any of the?
Oh yes, yeah. Okay. I've seen tweets. I have not interacted with anyone, and yes, there were people. There were pink shirts, and there was maybe for every 50 pink shirts, there was someone in a blue shirt.
No, you're wrong, Karen.
Many of them ties.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Karen. You're wrong. It was not a 50-to-1 ratio. It was a 50-to-0 ratio. There were no blue shirts out there. They never showed up, especially during jury deliberations. You know why they didn't show up during jury deliberations? Because they didn't want to see you. They knew what was going to happen. They knew you were getting acquitted. Period. If they thought there was any chance of a conviction, they would have been there. The only people that showed up were the Food Stamp 5. And they only showed up because they had Turtleboy derangement syndrome. That's it.
People on the other side of this case.
John, let's talk about John for a second, Karen, because you dated for 2 years. You got so close with his family, his nieces, his nephews. You went on vacation.
They don't even talk about the racist texts.
And yet, I think for a lot of people, somehow he gets lost sometimes in this conversation.
And this is where it gets really good for Karen Reed. I will criticize. I will give critique of her comments when I feel the need to. I will say that what I would have said and how I think she could have given a better answer. I will still support her. But when she nails it, when she hits it out of the park, I will tell you that too. And this is a great answer.
Well, he's not lost. He's the reason we're doing this.
I think people.
He's not. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Perfect answer. I hate when they ask that question. John O'Keefe has been lost in all this. No, he hasn't. He's the reason we're doing this, bitch. Sit down.
People sometimes wonder, are you doing this for John, or are we trying to go after institutional corruption? Are we trying to get you money damages? What is the goal?
John was the victim of this institutional corruption. And
yes,
we're the voice for John.
Yes, John was the victim of this institutional corruption, and we are the voice for John. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's it. You go, give it to her. That's, again, you're on the spot, and she came up with that on the fucking spot. Get him. That was perfect. That was a perfect answer. Perfect.
And I have lived nearly daily John's final moments, and what happened to him, what was on his phone, what was the temperature of his phone, what was his interactions that I had experienced prior to his death with members of the family that lived in that house. And this all revolves around John.
Little confused by that. Just, but again, she fucking nailed it. She's already nailed it. Nothing she says at this point matters. Like, I get what she's saying. A little confusing.
I can speak about my personal memories with John, and his family can speak to them as well. But I implore any one of John's family or friends to point to any moment that I wasn't loving or caring with John and his adopted niece and nephew. And
what was he like?
Yes, good answer. I implore them to find any time that I was not loving to him. Graceful. Because that's not what she wants to say. What she wants to say is Peggy O'Keefe can go fuck herself. That's what she wants to say. But she's holding that in, isn't she? She's like politely saying, I implore you to bring up any time that I have not. It is confusing. I get what she's saying, but it's a little confusing. Exactly. But like that line at the end, but I implore the family, can you guys, whatever. Now they're going to ask what John is like. So the questions are getting better. These are good questions because Karen, they're giving her these questions to hit out of the park and she nails it. Listen to what she says here.
John was very easygoing and kind of shy, quiet. And he just liked to watch Boston sports and drink a few beers. And
yes, let her claim ownership of John O'Keefe because I'm so sick of all these motherfuckers. The worst one is that douchebag. What's his name? John Jackson. Oh, John, salt of the earth guy. Take his shirt off his back for you. Great guy. Loved Bud Light. Loved it. Loved just watching the Sox. Great guy. Loved the Pats too. And the Celtics. Would you believe it? And the Bruins. Would you believe it? He liked all the Boston teams. Loved it. Loved just hanging out with the boys. Drinking Bud Lights. Watching beer. And like, it was like John Jackson had ownership of John O'Keefe's legacy. And that all these douchebags, Brennan Kane, all these people, they had ownership of deciding what Vegas won. Unbelievable. Unfuckable. After all that, they fucking lost. Oh, they fucking lost. But it was like they had ownership of what John Jackson was like. And I mean, of what John O'Keefe was like and I was just so sick of hearing it from them. Karen Reed hung out with them way more than they did. She should get to tell the story of who John O'Keefe was, not them. And I'm very happy they asked this question to her and how she answered
any
it.
moment that I wasn't loving or caring with John and his adopted niece and nephew. And
what was he like?
John was very easygoing and kind of shy, quiet. And he just liked to watch Boston sports and drink a few beers. And he was funny. He had a really good sense of humor. And he was very dutiful to his niece and nephew. I mean, he did everything. They were involved in anything they wanted to be involved in. And he tried incredibly hard with them and gave up his bachelorhood, changed his trajectory on the Boston Police Department to care for them.
She's like, the words she uses just like are so different. And now you see why they don't like her. Karen Reed comes across as elitist to these people, right? Because the words she uses, because of she's very educated. I mean, just listen to what she says. I want to replay that.
He was funny. He had a really good sense of humor. And he was very dutiful to his niece and nephew.
He was very dutiful to his niece and nephew. That's not a word that John Jackson uses. Dutiful. It's not a word I use. I would never think to use that word. He's very dutiful. But those are the kind of words that make them not like her. Because they're like cavemen. The word dutiful is not in their vocabulary. Okay? He's very dutiful to his niece and nephew. Right? They're like, oh, he loved them so much. He really cared about them. No, he's very dutiful to them. And that's why they don't like her, because they don't use words like dutiful.
I mean, he did everything. They were involved in anything they wanted to be involved in, and he tried.
They were involved in anything they wanted to be involved in. If she wants to go to Bishop Feehan, let her go to Bishop Feehan. Whatever they want to do.
incredibly hard with them and gave up his bachelorhood, changed his trajectory on the Boston Police Department to care.
He gave up his bachelorhood and changed his trajectory on the Boston Police Department. Those are words that John Jackson would never use. Trajectory. See what I'm saying? I'm just analyzing this, but it's like, and she said it with a weird little Fall River accent too, right? But like, she has I like that. She has sophisticated vernacular. Yeah, like, picture Brian Higgins ever talking like that. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ with the fucking pinwheel. Did I freeze? Did I fucking freeze? It's going to drive me insane. It fucking drives me insane. But that's the words like that, dutiful, trajectory. Those are not words that Brendan Kane and, John Jackson and Peggy O'Keefe use. Okay. They like Peggy O'Keefe got a chance to get up there and talk about her son on the stand. And what did she say about him? Oh yeah. He's working in, tell us about your son. What was he like? Yeah, he's a cop. He worked in, he was in Duxbury, and then he was working in Dorchester and Hyde Park. And Patrick. He really gives me a run for my money. He really does. And Paul's over there. These are simple people, okay? These are not intelligent people. They're not educated people, right? But they have somehow taken ownership of John's legacy. And now you see why they don't like her. They don't like her because she has sophisticated vernacular, right? Because she works at Bentley University and is a college professor. And a lot of these motherfuckers didn't go to college, right? And they don't use words like that. And they just like to go out and they wrestle and shit. Bro, they're at the fucking waterfall. 2 grown-ass men wrestling. And even her messages with Higgy, who was in control at all times in those messages? Not Higgy. Motherfucker, did I freeze again? Did I freeze again? Hold on, I'm Xing out of some of these. Maybe I have too many screens open. Xing out of some windows. Too many windows open. All right. Fucking annoying. Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. This is why they hate her. They like, the fuck? These are simple people. Have you heard Matt McCabe talk before? He's retarded. Have you heard his brother, Colin, testify against me? He's retarded. All these people are fucking retarded. These are townie trash, okay? And they don't hang out with people who talk like Karen Reed. They don't like her. They don't like what she represents, okay? They don't like that shit. And she's very educated, but she's also like not putting up with their shit. She's like a tough broad from Fall River, okay? So she's got both of that going for her. And she fought back. Like her whole mentality was like, fuck you guys, but all like, fuck you guys, like with a sophisticated vernacular. Okay.
For them. So he was incredibly sacrificial.
We know you're fighting the civil suit that's been filed by his family, but if you could talk to his family today, what would you say to him?
I don't have anything to say to his family. I interacted with them.
And they got mad about that. When she goes, I don't have anything to say to them. Well, she has a lot. She has a lot to say to them. Trust me. A lot. But I got nothing to say to them. What the fuck is she supposed to say to them, by the way? Open your fucking eyes. That's what I'd say to them. Open your goddamn eyes. How about you look at the evidence? Listen to Arca. Listen to Dr. La Posada. There was no collision. How about that? That's what she'd really like to say to them. That's what I'd say to them. But instead, she's like, I got nothing to say to them. And the antis are all crying about it because they're like, oh, why didn't she say sorry? Because she didn't do it, bitch.
For several years, John and I had actually dated a long time ago when we were in our early 20s, and I was caring and I believe generous with them, with my time, and we did spend a lot of time together. And they experienced who I am, and they know who I am.
Beyond the civil suit, what comes next for Karen Reed? What are you going to do for the rest of your life?
I don't think we're done discussing law enforcement, corruption, what's wrong with Massachusetts, where else is it?
So let's say you win the civil suit, then what comes next for you personally?
Personally,
you know what? I would love to see if Karen Reed just became, and she's what she told me she was going to do, and I wanted her to do, and I hope she's doing it. I hope she becomes an advocate and a voice for other people who are the victims of corruption. That's what I hope she does. I hope she uses this because I think she underestimates how powerful she is and how powerful her voice is. When Karen Reed talks, people listen. It's news when she talks, period. And so I hope she uses, I wish that she advocated for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Think of how powerful that would have been if she had said, this is wrong what they're doing to her. And I've said from the beginning, I don't want a thank you from Karen Reed. That would mean nothing to me, right? I don't need that. I didn't do this for a fucking thank you. It would mean the world to me if she said, what they're doing to Turtleboy is wrong. What they're doing to Aidan is wrong. Aidan did nothing wrong. Aidan advocated for me, and he was my voice when no one fucking else was. And then they arrested him for that, and that's fucking corrupt. That would mean the world to me. I don't want anything. I don't want fucking money from her. I don't want movie deals with her. I don't want shit from her. That's all I want. That would be cool. That's it.
I'd like to keep talking about what I've experienced. I haven't really been free enough, especially with all these lawsuits, to say all that I've experienced. And I think it would be a waste for me to just disappear and go live on an island, although I would like to do that.
Well, we hope that you will come back. We have a lot more that we want to discuss with you as this case continues. Karen, Alan, Charles, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't forget, you can catch the Today.
And by the way, not only would that mean a lot to me, that would be helpful to her too. Like, let's be real here. Karen Reed's approval rating amongst free Karen Reed people is not as high as it was 2 years ago. It's just not. Or it's not as high as it was 1 year ago. It's just not. If Karen Reed were to come out and make statements in support of me, I'm telling you as a fact, her approval ratings would skyrocket. It would be beneficial for both of us. That's it. And we'll see. We'll see if the band gets back together. I don't know. We'll see. I'm always down for it. I'm always open for it. And you know, all these motherfuckers out there, these Cryford, the reason that people like Mike Cryford lie and claim that they're still talking about Karen Reed. I want to put that out once again. Mike Cryford lied when he told you that he talks to Karen Reed. That is untrue. She does not talk to him. She does not want to associate with him. She is embarrassed of him. The family has nothing to do with Mike Crawford. Nothing. They don't. He is lying, and he is saying that so that he can hold on to the shred of relevance that he thinks he has left. He has no relevance. He does not talk to Karen Reed. He cannot produce. He certainly can't produce any receipts. He does. So he's fucking lying on her name. So there. Anyway. Yeah, cool. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Either way, we move forward. All right, let's read some turtle chat, shall we, folks? In the night here. It's been a good show. We've had a good audience, over 7,000 people on the YouTube streets this entire time. Nice to see. Don't forget to smash that subscribe button. How many subscribers are we up to here? I mean, you guys would love that, wouldn't you? I know everybody here would love that. If Karen Reed and the Turtle, nobody wants to see Karen Reed and fucking Cryford. Nobody's here for that. He abandoned her. He said that she was guilty. The second times got tough. They don't want to see Karen Reed teaming up with pussies. They don't want to see Karen Reed teaming up with Hood Booger Talk Radio. Nobody wants to see that shit. Ain't no market for that. 164,077. We're good. Okay, cool. So if she came and was like, fuck it, like Turtleboy and Karen Reed against the fucking Commonwealth, dude, everyone would love her. Everyone would fucking, I'm telling you right now. And it would shut up the worst people on the fucking internet. And 5 seconds later, Cryford would say she's fucking guilty. 5 seconds fucking later, she would. Because they're already shitting on Yannetti for coming on my show. Because that was a tough pill for them to swallow. That was a tough pill for them to swallow. Okay. Is this a joke? This is real. I can't believe this one. Okay. We have a turtle chat here from somebody named Jennifer. And she has turtle chatted me a number I've never seen before. Her turtle chat, Jennifer's turtle chat, is for $1,396. Okay, that is what she just turtle chatted me. $1,396. Not only is that a very large number, which I'm very thankful to Jennifer for, it's also a very oddly like specific number. I don't know what the significance of 1,396 is, but that is what she is elected to give me. And her turtle chat, which I thank her for, says, Liberty speaks through the First Amendment. RHM will always have your back. I don't even know who RHM is. But thank you for the $1,396 turtle chat. RHM. Wow, thank you. And suck on that, Nan. Nan only gave me $500. So you can go fuck herself. And by the way, Google's not taking 30% of that. I get to keep it all. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh, Rat House Media. Oh, is that Rat House Media? Is that, oh, did you guys like raise money? Is that what that is? God damn. Is that who Jennifer is? Rat House Media? Oh, did you guys have a fundraiser for me? Thank you. It's very nice of you. God, I love the chat rats. I didn't know it was like such a household name that you guys got to be like initials already, like RHM. I didn't know you reached that level. But apparently you have. That's very generous of you. Did you guys do like a fundraiser? Did you guys do a fund? Oh, did they do a raffle? I don't know. Which Jennifer is that? Wow. That's so cool. Thank you guys. All right, cool. Thank you guys. Next. Or does just Jennifer just pay for that out of pocket? All her? Holy shit. Thank you, Jennifer. Chat rat. Oh, you're the best. All right. Pamela sends $5 and goes, I'm not sure if you know who Ian Bick is, but he is a very popular podcaster and also does many posts interviewing people that have been in prison. He has over 1 million followers. Anyways, you should know that Sean Bucci gives you props on one of Ian's posts with a link to your Legion Duso blogs. It would be great if the Turtle Riders help got this notice. Here's a link. Thank you. I am going to copy this and save that for later and check it out. Thank you very much for that Ian Bink post. Thank you. Next. Julie sends $10, goes, Turtleboy, you are down to earth, funny, and a hoot to hang with. The next gathering, I will be there as I'm from Canada. Free Turtleboy. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. I don't know where that's going to be. I'm itching to tell you a story here that you guys don't know about, but we'll see. Thanks. Sherry sends $10, goes, I had to step away. Do we already talk about the Proctor getting my asshole stretched text? No. No one has mentioned it, and I knew you would. I didn't talk about that one. My ass. Okay. Sean sends $13 and goes, what you did wasn't witness intimidation. It was witness motivation. Nah, it really wasn't, though. But I see what you're saying. Witness, because that would suggest that I'm trying to, well, let's see what they say. Witness intimidation would mean you wanted them to quiet or lie. You wanted them to tell the truth. I see what you're saying there. Witness motivation. I like that. They can all go fuck themselves. Thank you. Proctor is the butthole bandito, sends $5, goes, listen, Turtle, can you talk Danny from Rat House Media off a ledge? This week after you mentioned the chat rats were ripping on Jess, he is feeling personally responsible and needing to fix it. Let him know that, like Baker, he does no wrong and we've got his back. Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Danny. You're doing great work over there. Don't worry about it. Keep up the good work, okay? You did nothing wrong. Appreciate that. And I have full confidence that Jess is we're going to get a rebound from Jess. She's had a tough week, okay? I think she had a lot of self-inflicted wounds. I think that, quite frankly, I think just got to get the ego in check a little bit. That's just what I think. People like humility. They do. And I think if Jess shows some, I think that's her way out of this. I think that's her way to redemption and, get back to the Jess Machado that we all love, right? I don't throw people under the bus that do me good. I don't give up on people. I don't just say that you said something bad that I disagree with and that we're done with you. No, I don't believe in that. That's not what I believe in. So there we go. Thanks. Next. This is a friend sends $5, goes, an open letter to John's family. Please, just for one day, allow yourselves to consider the evidence of no frostbite along with devastating idea that people very close to you have lied. Sue Proctor with sympathy, a friend who watched the first trial, Emily give up. Thank you for the $5. You just wasted $5. They're not listening to shit. Give up on them. Stop trying to talk sense into Peggy O'Keefe. Once you figure out that Peggy O'Keefe is a horrible fucking human who had some unfortunate things happen to her, you'll figure it out. That's it. Paul and Peggy O'Keefe are shitty people who are unfortunate victims of cancer and police corruption and murder. That's it. Next. Mia Sweetcake sends $10 and goes, hi, Dr. Daddy. Could you give me a shout out to my little Stella? Every time she hears you intro, she says, it's your Turtle Boy. Love you. Turtle Boy was right. Shout out there to Stella. We love you, Stella, girl. Stella. Awesome. Okay. Jeffrey sends $5, goes, the first ad for your new t-shirts, it looked like a crop top. And I said, he made one specifically for Proctor. CLS sends $10, goes, funny how Nathan Ferreira, Aaron Botella, and Dennis Hawkins, Trevor Torres, and Empire Swansea found time to send a cease and desist about hurt feelings, but couldn't seem to resolve the ongoing issues in my vehicles. Thanks. Awesome. Nobody cares. Thanks. Mango sends, thanks for the $10 though. Mango sends $50, goes, Michael Proctor, the most vetted cop in America. According to Plevin, apparently not that vetted. Apparently not that vetted. And by the way, I know it'll be clipped. Good. It's my feelings on Peggy and Paul O'Keefe are well documented, and I apologize to nobody. Fuck them. They showed up to my arraignment for something that didn't involve them, and they truly enjoyed the pain that I was in for that. They can go fuck themselves. That's what I think of them. Lorraine sends $25 and goes, I think the McAlberts are stalling their depots until after July 20th, as this is the same day as the mega motion hearing. They don't want to provide any ammo that could be helped to your motion to dismiss, which is surely going to come out in their depositions. Maybe. We'll see. Thanks. Bob sends $10. Bob Brown says, Turtleboy, a point that hasn't been emphasized. Adam Deitch says he will not accept donations from Norfolk County employees or his subordinates. Greg Connor says he's proud to take these donations as it shows they support him. Yeah. Connor's out of his mind in this day and age and rampant about corruption. This needs to be hyped, Bob. Yeah, that does need to be hyped. And he also took money from Robert Cosgrove, $500 from Robert Cosgrove to Greg Connor. And that needs to be pointed out as well. Did this fucking freeze again? This freeze. I'll be right back. I got to take a leak. I thought I could hold it to the end of the episode, but when you got to go, you got to go. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
we're back. We're back. Dead air. I know, dead air. What do you want me to say? Oh, I could have played a video for you guys, right? Yeah. And a commercial break with no commercials. Okay. Let's read some more. Hillary sends $25, goes, today is the anniversary of D-Day. Those young men went to Germany to defeat Hitler, which I'm sure today was a bad day for Michael Proctor. D-Day, he was rooting for the guys on top of the cliffs. That's for sure. Not my words, his words. Those young men that went to Germany to defeat Hitler were courageous and brave. Proctor's comments about Hitler and the U.S. getting involved in the war are completely vile and disrespectful to the greatest generation. I hope Proctor is miserable for the rest of his fucking life. Sending love from the free state of Florida. I like how you call it that, the free state of Florida. Prince of Wales sends $5, goes, really? Making fun of the Proctor kids? What did they do? They're going to need help and people to reach out, not bash them. Support your freedom of speech, but that's an awful and stupid thing to do. Well, sir, you are clearly retarded because at no point did I ever make fun of the Proctor kids. I understand that you might have thought I made fun of the Proctor kids because you are retarded and you don't know what words means. And I'm very happy that I took $5 from you because that's $5 less that you have to spend on retardation because you're fucking retarded. Okay? There you go. Thanks. Next. I fucking froze again. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind. At 4Dread sends $10, goes, Courtney Proctor plays the skin flute or the male organ. Okay. Does she? Does she though? I don't know. Laura sends $5 and goes, Grant, Law Girls, Nurse Kim, Jimmy, Menners, Pat Kane, Aaron, her boyfriend, Purple Kool-Aid. Oh, he didn't make the list either, but she already got him kicked off. Yeah. Baker, Baker wasn't on the list. That's right. Oh no, Baker wasn't on the report them list, was he? Jess fights with everyone and it's never her fault. At this point, I'd rather be in a fake plane at 39,000 feet than be in the car with her whining, bragging about herself, and trashing people. I'm a proud member of the 700 Club of the people who have seen her true colors, Team Baker. And I hope that Jess hears criticism like that and considers it. You know, that's one thing when you reach this level, when it's like you gotta listen to the people. You got to read the comment section. If my comment section ever revolted on me the way it did on her in her last stream, I would do some serious reflecting. I'm just saying that. Some serious soul searching. And be like, maybe it's me. You know what I mean? That's all. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we have to leave. You gotta be willing to accept sorry. You know what I mean? You gotta be willing. If she comes back and she's like, you know what, I fucked up. You gotta be willing to accept that. You can't hold a grudge either. You know? And what I hope happens is I hope she has an honest conversation. She has to reach out. She got to reach out to the Baker. She's got to reach out to the Baker and have an honest conversation with them. And she's got to say sorry. We don't need the public apology because fuck us. She didn't do us wrong. She did him wrong. You know, by the things that she said about J.E. Walsh, how she's a real one and he's fucking the thing and blah, blah, blah. She did him wrong, not us. She doesn't know us shit. She owes him an apology. And I hope she does that because the Baker's a good guy. Okay. And I think, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think if he got an honest apology from her, then he would say, thank you and move on. And I don't think he would keep harping on this because he doesn't want to harp on this, you know? And that's it. And I hope this public, why doesn't he have to apologize? The fuck would he apologize for? Well, I guess he did say some mean words about her. Like he called her cow and shit like that. But he's pretty clear about he's doing this because he was fucking pissed about what she had done. And so if he wants to apologize for that too, he can do that. But he is a victim of abusive behavior from J7. Full stop right there. That is abusive behavior, what he described.
and no one's going to deny it. What happened to him at the hands of her was abusive. And when fucking women do that to men, we got to be able to call that shit out. Okay? Okay. And didn't she say that didn't he say she was racist? Bro, he's allowed to have that opinion. I don't think she's racist. And by the way, he said it privately. He said it in a text message that never should have seen the light of day that J7 sent to her. Fuck her for doing that. She's the problem. She's the problem. The person who screenshots your texts and sends them to Jess Machado to start shit because she knows Jess is sensitive and she's going to be pissed about that. You should be loudly condemning her for that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. Somebody comes to me with a screenshot like that, I go, fuck you. I'll never talk to you again. I don't trust you. You're a screenshotter. Go fuck yourself with that shit. Get that shit out of my fucking face. Period. She was abusing him. Okay? That's what she was doing. What he described is abusive behavior, and he went out of his way not to tell the world about it. And the way he described that was, I got it now. Like, she is mentally ill and he didn't want to hurt her. And he told his mods not to hurt her. Okay. And he did all that. Right. And he just sat back and he put up with the fact that she's going in every chat. She's going in every chat, J7, and just bashing him and saying how horrible he is and blah, 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 blah. And Jessica Machado has a big platform. Okay. And she went on her big platform and she legitimized this person. And she's got to make amends for that, in my opinion, because that's wrong. This never should have been legitimized. This should have been like, you don't go on there and say she's a real one. She's not. She's real sick. She's real sick. She really needs help. She's not a real one. She's not a, you don't know her. Yeah. And just like me, stayed silent. Stayed silent because we don't want to blow up this person. But, but in my case, I didn't have, it's really no different than, she who shall not be named going on. If she goes on, I don't know, pick another content creator. And then they're like, you know what? This person, she's a real one. No, she's not. No, she's not. And I think, but it's fixable, man. I believe everything is fixable there. Because don't forget all the good that Jess Machado has done. Don't forget that. She's done a lot of good. And I don't think we should forget that. Okay. And sometimes fame goes to people's heads a little bit, I think. And it's gone to my head before too. And sometimes I need to check myself. And, and that's the thing. This is the number one criticism I see from people. They're like, oh, she's never wrong. Right. I hope she hears that criticism because people don't like people who are never wrong. People don't like that. That's not an endearing quality that attracts people to you. Like, people like humility. They like that shit, And so I think she just needs to take a little time off and reflect and think about that, because I do think it went to her. I think the whole bunny thing went to her head a little bit. Like the bunnies being like, I have your back. It made her think, like I can do no wrong. Like that's it. I think she just needs to step back and like this one, this person's probably one of those idiots fueling this on the bunnies, the honey bunnies, as the baker calls them, and it's just like, people don't want that. Like, people like Jess Machado when she was out there reporting about what jurors were saying and reporting good news. And she asks the best questions outside of court. whenever there's like the media scrum and people are asking us questions on the courthouse stairs, Jess Machado asks great questions, right? That no one else are asking. And it's really good. And she's better than any other mainstream media reporter because she's not a mainstream media reporter. She's a real reporter, right? That's what people want from Jess Machado. They don't want to hear, I'm never wrong. They don't want to hear, like, do as I say, bunnies. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't want to hear that. That's not that. Okay. And so redemption. Okay. We're not done with we're not giving up on Jess Machado. And you know, we're not going to forget all the good that she's done, period. Right. She needs a chance to redeem herself, period. We don't give up on people around here. All right. Next. Kelly sends $100, goes to Karen. Stop the vocal fry. What does that mean? Stop the vocal fry. Anyways, Turtle, tell your high-priced attorneys they're eating burgers and wearing polos for the next meal. I'm saying, can we get some burgers? Can we get some fries? We don't need steak. Let's go. Jill sends $50 and goes, hey, Dr. Turtleboy, we are two friends and chat members. Oh, these are the Moons Over Mayhem. This is the Ocean people. And Ocean Behave. Thanks to you and other creators and all chat members who stand together to fight for truth and justice, we decided 3 weeks ago to launch our own YouTube channel, Ocean Moons Live. Our first live is May 11th, and we're surprised as you were when you read Ocean Moons Live on the Mass Report takedown list. Congratulations. We have 586 subs, and we consider it a real honor if you could help us get to 1,000 subs. So go sub to at Ocean Moons Live. Let's get them up so we can at least go out in a blaze. We plan on continuing to piss off Cryford and company by live streaming every night with the latest news and truths with the war cry, hashtag free Turtleboy, thank you, hashtag YouTube Daddy. Well, thank you at Ocean Moons Live. I appreciate that generous dono. All right. Do we have any more turtle chats? We got Tammy sends $10, goes sending love from Kansas. Jayhawk, Rock Chalk Jayhawks. Turtleboy was right. Thank you. Let me see Cash Apps here. Holy crap, it's 1 a.m. And I heard that Glare is doing a petty after this. Half Shav Zemla sends $10, goes, how easy was Proctor going to plant cocaine? Yeah. I mean, the way he just talked about it, like, yeah, no problem. Greg sends $43, a specific amount, and says, I'm Spartacus equals Turtleboy. Possible T-Rider code. Okay. Thanks, Greg. Cole sends $3. Usually we say $5, but that's okay. Says, love you, Turtleboy. I can't wait to see you on the stand. Thank you very much. Kelly sends $59. What's with these random numbers? Thank you. And says, is there any chance Proctor faces criminal charges? Not with Greg Connor in charge. Okay. All right. That's it for chat. Let me just go through the membership shit here that we didn't finish. I'm going to bang through these as quickly as possible. Lacey, welcome. I think we read that one already. Good Citizen Weymouth says, free Turtleboy, who cares? Love Justin Baker. Let's go. Exactly. Thank you, X-Night Nurse, for tossing around 5 membos. Diplomatic Daddy, hashtag, says the other Mary B. And it looks like she's down there. Dude, the other Mary B and Amy Melia, attorney Amy Melia, you know, they're down in Tennessee right now, living it up with the Glarer and the Broken Baker and looking fly. I got to be honest with you. You guys look, I mean, we all look, everybody in this movement, we're a attractive bunch of people, aren't we, folks? They can go suck them. I mean, I got all the better looking people in this, in the divorce. I got to say that. So thank you. You guys got Cryford. You guys got Cryford. That's what you got. And BLT with the hair there. So there you go. All right. AC666 says Mediator Daddy. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Keep up the good, Professor Turtle, says New Jersey Kathy. Thank you. Turtleboy Glare watch party on our big screen tonight. Sending our love from Shingle House, Pennsylvania. Hashtag free Turtleboy. Thank you, Shingle House. Totally off topic. What is your fragrance of aftershave? I don't do it. I don't do anything. I don't do cologne. I don't do aftershave. I don't even do body wash. I'm just a shampoo and conditioner guy. And it's because it's all soap, isn't it? And I smell good. I get nothing but compliments about the way I smell. I got to be honest with you. I wear deodorant too. Cheap deodorant, like I do Old Spice. And you know, you get it, the 3-packs. They're cheaper that way if you buy in bulk. And I just take Suave. I usually do the 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. And I just take it, a glob of it, do it all over your hair, and then just all over your body too. Just throw the soap, the shampoo remnants up and down everywhere. And boom, one spot. I don't know why people buy shampoo and conditioner separately when 2-in-1 is a thing. And then you don't need the body. I used to do body wash and with the loofah. I don't even need it. That's it. That's all you got to do. I don't understand why people do that. And then the key is baby powder. It's a problem. I use a lot of baby powder. I'm addicted to baby powder on the goods. Okay. If I don't put baby powder on the goods afterwards, it just doesn't, it's smooth. It's smooth. I highly recommend it. But there's a downside to that. You got to wait like a few hours because it is this. I mean, I know most of my audience is female, so you can't really relate, but to the guys out there, you will never feel smoother than if you put baby powder, Johnson & Johnson baby powder on your nuts. It is the smoothest feeling ever. Okay. And I highly recommend it, but your girlfriends aren't going to recommend it. If you're planning to get orally stimulated afterwards, they're not going to appreciate that because that's probably filled with nasty chemicals and shit like that. And they're not going to like that, are they? So you got to wait like a few hours and clean it off, but highly recommended. Yeah, exactly. They don't want that. They're not going to like that. Trust me. All right. Next. It's going to bang through these. Yeah, so read that one. Yeah, he caught you live. Hey, Dr. T. Hope they all go down for what they've done to you. Thank you so much, Dolo, and they will. We got Fire Dance tossing 10 memberships around. Thank you, bro. The Glare. I'm in a competition with him for members, and he's given 10 memberships away. Is he a sucker or just a nice guy or both? Thank you very much to Will in Tennessee. Tennessee Will, as they call you. Thank you. Hillary sends 5 memberships. Thank you so much, dear. Congratulations to the winner, Karen with the Y. Congratulations to everybody getting their memberships. Down the rabbit hole we go. 42 says Turtleboy was and is right. Well, thank you very much. Growth Redacted says Turtleboy was right. It's a common theme I'm hearing a lot these days. Thank you. Kim is a ladybugs tossing around 5 memberships. You're a doll. Thank you. We got 10 of these. We get 10 of these. I don't know. Oh, yes, of these. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. That's what they say. Catherine Collins is a member for 7 months. Awesome. I mean, I'm a member to like a bunch of different channels, and I have never done one of these. I should probably do them more often. I just like, doing it because I just like supporting content creators. So like Turtleboy was right. And yes, you can write a message on your member anniversary every month. Awesome. Sleepless Sleuth says Turtleboy was right. Thank you. Liz is a member for 7 months and says, great looking merch, free Turtleboy. Awesome. Aaron Maloney tossing around memberships, 5 of them. Thanks. A lot of people tossing around memberships tonight. Hashtag Turtleboy was right, says Becca. You goddamn right. Fire Dancer. Woo! 20 memberships. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you. Richard's a YouTube member. Welcome aboard. Turtleboy was right, says Cap's dad, member for 3 months. Cheryl's a new member. Welcome aboard. AC's giving out 5 memberships. Oh, shit. Hillary's giving out 10 more memberships. God damn. New member Heidi over here. Awesome. Accountability to Proctor. Well done, Aidan, for what you do, says Charlie. Thank you. The lawyer you blow, says Chip gave Liz a leaky balloon knot. Ooh, too soon. Hillary, 5 more memberships. Dope. And another one, make it 6. Pauline's make it 5. Do I have 5? Member for 5 months, Hail the Equalizer says, nobody cares. Love them or we are not here. Love you, Dr. Turtleboy. Oh, thank you. Old Spice makes 3 in 1. Yes, they do. That's true. They do. But I think it's all just soap. Thanks. And Misty says, you have 10 free to give every month. Well, thank you for that, Misty. And on that note, it's been a hell of a show. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Over 6,000 people here still. I heard that the Glare is doing a petty with Rakita after this with rackets. Go over and check him out and join his grift. Become a member with him, and you'll have a great time because he's going to do what I won't do. He's going to do a petty on Cryford, and I'm not doing I'm above that now. I'm like serious journalism over here. Okay, so and no, we're not getting into that. I didn't take the bait. Tonight, did I? And Laura from London would be very proud of me. So we'll see you guys all for the next stop, Bus Stop Live Monday morning. All right. Peace to your bum crease. Outie, and brush your teeth.
Top down, riding down Main. It's a clear night. Screens glowing blue. Got the facts in my headlights. Commonwealth tripping, but the truth stay calm. Morrissey and Lally, I'ma read them like Psalms. KP throwing shade from a broke down porch, but the files in my lap like a flame to a torch. I don't raise my voice, I just let the game speak. Steady with the grind while the crooked run weak. We just riding slow, gliding, paper stacking in the breeze. Turn the system up, let the whole town see. No mask on my face, no fear in my lane. I'ma shine that light on the ones bringing shame. From the courtrooms down to the city blocks. They can't hide from the truth, cause the truth don't stop. We just ride a slow grind. Midnight oil burning, pen hit the pad slow. Every word cut clean like the rims on the 6-4. From Boston to Brockton, the whispers all hum. Turtle boys riding in the reckoning gon' come. Lally in the back room, Morrissey on the phone. Trying to twist the narrative, but they can't postpone. I'm just sipping on the facts while the city play pretend. True, got no curfew, I'ma run it to the end. See, this ain't about fame. This about that long game. You can duck, you can weave, but the truth still call your name. We just riding slow, gliding, paper stack.